from Singapore. Anyone of you the first night to hear this race of wow, great. Some of you have before. First of all, this year on behalf of the board, it is thanks to the panel and team, and also to the town for organizing the event cycle course. As a cycle course, we are very happy to support the youth event, especially we hope the more and more young people can embrace the innovation doing kind of innovative project, which is linked to the SDG. This is a very important initiative that Singapore bring a lot of these funding through in terms of the internship, education, or the entrepreneurship program. And this morning we did launch the orientation for some of the student interest today. We also have morning. We also started to talk about the digital skill and even the importance of future application. We hope that more and more young people will be embracing innovation and even to take more opportunity to join Singapore, whether as an entrepreneur or even to looking for an internship or even to do more innovative projects through the Singapore community support. So I think that is the end of my sharing. So I will go back and enjoy your the presentation on this event in Singapore this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to the first cohort of young ambassadors on completing youth ambassador. Our heartfelt thanks goes to the United Institute of Training Teachers in short UNITAR, as well as Kids for SDG for organizing the meaningful leadership and inviting Singapore to be part of it. It is truly a pleasure to work alongside such passionate advocates to advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through youth power. The SDGs proposed by the United Nations 2050 sets out a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. As young pioneers today who shape the world of tomorrow, UNITAR and its SDGs as an eager empower the generation to make their mark on building a more livable society. Through a series of training, leadership, innovation, and communication skills of the program, the young have been more enlightened to forge ahead with SDGs actions on their global citizenship journey. Embracing the shared vision of nurturing change makers with the power of innovation, Singapore has spared no effort in cultivating entrepreneurship in innovation and technology. As Hong Kong's digital tech flagship and a hub for entrepreneurial incubation, Singapore is home to over 146 edtech startups, working on a wide array of education technology and STEAM education solutions to drive digital transformation in the education sector. Some of our community edtech startups have shared their inspirations with the young ambassadors at the program training. We are very pleased to see Singapore's community's enthusiasm in kindling the same entrepreneurship spirit among the youth as in their hearts. Down the road, Singapore looks forward to deepening collaboration with UNITAR and Kids for SDGs with a view to elevating the youth power to achieve SDGs. Singapore will also continue to strengthen the development of our edtech startup community to co-create education beyond the limits, inspiring another new generation of social innovators. I wish all the supporters, participating schools, and students every success in taking forward SDGs in the years ahead to build a better world for many generations.
Next up, I'm sorry, it's back-to-back videos. We're gonna have Ms. Miyoko Kumamoto from UNITAR, speaking virtually. So thank you.
Hello and welcome to UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific Graduation Ceremony. My name is Miyoko Kumamoto, Director for UNITAR's Division for Prosperity. I am truly excited to send this message in this wonderful day where our first Asia Pacific Youth Ambassador cohort will be presenting the fruit of their 10-week learning journey, enriched with the mentorship of Dr. Francois Bonnici and the systems work of social change. First, UNITAR would like to express its gratitude to the host of the ceremony, Cyberport Hong Kong. Our appreciation extends to Chairman Dr. Lee George Lam, CEO Mr. Peter Yan, CPMO Mr. Eric Chan, Team Leader Mr. Rex Lay, and the rest of the team for your dedication to advance innovation and sustainability required to deliver quality education to all. The program welcomed 16 high school students nominated by 12 schools into its class of 2021. Over the 10-week program, the ambassadors have been guided on a self-exploration journey on the intersection of innovation and sustainability guided by the UN Sustainable Development Goals framework. For the inaugural UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program, UNITAR is proud to have ITC Education Asia Foundation and Kids for SDGs as our partners. Many thanks to these organizations for your unwavering support to youth empowerment in the new normal. We would also like to recognize our truly global and multi-stakeholder community of partners supporting organizations and advocates which have materially and meaningfully enriched our program. From the government, Invest Hong Kong and Start Me Up Hong Kong, Cyberport Hong Kong, Startup Singapore. From the private sector, AstraZeneca, KPMG, LinkedIn, SAP, Howden. From financial institutions, we have Sequoia Capital, Amundi Asset Management, BNP Asset Management, UBS, and HSBC. From startup ecosystem, we have Ntapo, Go Logistics and Storage, Family Mask, Common Farms, Uquai. From global non-governmental organizations, we have Schwab Foundation of the World Economic Forum, Uplink Innovation Network, World Humanitarian Forum, Learning Planet of UNESCO, Green Learning Planet of World Bank, and the UNEP. From community groups, we have Catalyst 2030, Penn and Wharton Alumni Club, Global Schools Program. And from the United Nations systems, we have UNSDSN Youth, UNSCAP. Let us also not forget the support of teachers, families, and friends who worked every step of the path alongside the youth ambassadors. Every support will be a commitment to a brighter future, and I ask for your continuous support because we are together in this endeavor for a sustainable planet Earth. I myself cannot wait to hear the hashtag Pitchfork SDGs presentations that youth ambassadors have come up with, and hope it will be an inspiration to everyone attending today. We also look forward to 2022 when we will see the next class of youth ambassadors in this region. Thank you so much.
Great, next up, we're gonna have our first keynote panel. So yesterday night, we grabbed a few experts around the world to share their passion for change makers in Hong Kong and rest of Asia. It's boring to hear from me, so I'm going to hear one of the participants. Mr. Aiden Howe, can you raise your hand and come forward, please? Aiden will give a quick introduction of how this Fireside channel actually came about.
Hello. My SDG journey began almost 1 year ago, back when I was still in my school's one-year Hangzhou boarding school program. My humanities teacher, Mr. Pollock, immersed us in the world of the SDGs. I remember studying and genuinely being in awe of all the little specific targets and goals that culminated into these 17 pillars of social change. It's after all this learning when Mr. Pollock handed us the keys and said, now go do it yourself. Go pick one, go pick two, pick a couple of these goals, and go out and make a difference towards achieving them. He taught us to choose based not on impact, but interest, what you wanted to learn more about, what you loved, who you cared for. And it's there when the idea for my own social enterprise, Helpers for Helpers, was born. It's thanks to Mr. Pollock and the CIS program that put me on the right track to even be here today as a UNITAR Youth Ambassador. It's the schools and their new and innovative curriculums that help students to enact on their passion and build SDG projects. And today, at this historic event, where for the first time, professionals in the world of education, entrepreneurship, and social incubators converge together to support and inspire youth in advancing social impact. It's with this that I'm very pleased to show you the CIS, Schwab Foundation, and Start Me Up Fireside Chat. Thank you.
There with me. Sorry, not the most fluid Lenovo user, so bear with me.
Hi everyone. Again, welcome to the CIS, Schwab Foundation, and Start Me Up HK Fireside Chat hosted by Kids for SDGs. So, as Kenneth mentioned, my name is John, and I'm a year 13 student here to really introduce the constituents of our talk today. So, with an education spanning from reception to year 13, Chinese International School is really known for more than just a traditional IB education, but also for the innovation we continue to push in really defining what it means to educate. And this is notably exemplified by our signature Hangzhou program, where a lot of high school freshmen spend a year in the Chinese city interacting with local culture, learning through project-based interdisciplinary lessons. And I really think that this in turn has fostered the culture of a lot of initiatives among our students especially. And students start organizations and services, taking on these challenges ranging from migrant workers to disabled and marginalized youth, all happening within CIS. And a few of these student leaders are here with us today. So Claudia, leader of the advocacy group Coexist, who will be moderating, Abe Howe, leader of the advocacy group Helpers for Helpers, and Justin, leader of the self-defense organization Take Action, will be helping close out our talk today. But with us today are also three leaders of very prominent incubators for social enterprise. So Schwab Foundation, Start Me Up HK, and our own school, CIS. And we're so lucky to be welcoming these guests. First, we have Francois Bondici, director of the Schwab Foundation, whose experience spans across the public sector, business, and philanthropy. And the Schwab Foundation has improved the lives of more than 622 million people across 190 countries, distributed over 6.7 million sport livelihoods, which is just so amazing. And we're also joined with Jane Chan, head of Start Me Up HK, and also the former executive director of the Thai HK chapter. And Start Me Up HK has supported numerous innovative and scalable startups from overseas set up in Hong Kong, and has contributed massively to building the Hong Kong startup ecosystem. And of course, finally, our own headmaster, Mr. Lynch, is really at the forefront of continuing to innovate and redefine education in our new Vision 33 plan. So with all these introductions, Connie will be moderating our chat today. So yeah, feel free to go ahead.
Good job for your introduction. So I would like to start this fireside chat education, which form the foundation for the future of education. Continue to provide opportunities to youth in social impact and entrepreneurship from the lens of deep and enduring systemic change. And other speakers, please feel free to respond and add on to.
Thank you so very much, just first of all to say delighted to be here. It's really a privilege and opportunity. Looking forward to the discussions with the other speakers. First of all, please call me Francois. I think the first point is to kind of break down the power structures between us all. We're dependent on you for our futures. You're the next generation. And we hope to open up the pathways to enable you to be greater actors and shaping our world at a younger age. That's exactly what we need. So delighted to join this conversation. These 4 pillars are clearly needed to make that happen. So I'm delighted that you've identified this. And obviously, I might add a 5th, that being civil society, but I think students naturally come to those. But in terms of the first point I think to say is that not every young person should necessarily feel that they need to be a social entrepreneur or be in this mindset that we've created. We've been responsible partly for this, as well as creating a hero and an ego around creating social change. I think this next generation of young people recognize that we all need to change. I think the environments that we're creating in the education systems, and what I've heard a little bit around what you in your school are doing, is creating the opportunities to find and connect to their own inner human intuition about what's right and fair in the world and what should change in the world, and giving them opportunities to expose themselves to different ways to connect that to their intellectual interests, to connect that to their skill set, and to connect that to opportunities in the world. And so that can't be left to students alone. I think 20 years ago, 30 years ago, students who felt that they were attracted to wanting to change the world, felt that there weren't many opportunities for them or pathways for learning experiences, and that both the education system was trying to, we've come from an industrial era where the education system has been designed to create people to work in that industrial era. And I think as education itself is evolving, young people are also helping to show and shape what an education system should look like. And so how those pillars come together is very briefly, students being vocal about what they want, education systems understanding how to adapt that and still shape them given the expertise the education system and schools have had in understanding how people learn and how to create citizens. But then really for business and government to get behind that and recognize that this is the greatest lever of change is actually education. And so maybe I'll leave it there because I know that we have some rich experts in the room with us that want to more of this conversation.
Thank you for your answers. So, Ms. Channing, Mr. Lynch, feel free to pitch in anything as.
I think what Francois said is fantastic. It is, it's just a generation, and actually there's never been a generation that's been more aware, I think, of the kind of social impact that's required. We've never had, tighter timelines actually on some of the SDGs that we need to reach out for. So it is imperative that, we get behind this all collectively, and obviously education and young people is going to be a massive driver of that, because you are the folks that's going to be taking on some of these new roles and also making some of these changes going forward. As a government department, of course, we do have a specific role. I'm not specifically in the education department. The department here in Hong Kong that's driving the policies and education. And I'm sure that there's people actually working along in that. But we do have a role to play within government where, we need to facilitate this process. We need to also, be pragmatic about this and actually say, okay, in addition to getting behind some of the issues or some of the initiatives that Francois mentioned, and he's in a much better position to actually tell people about what's needed in this kind of area. I think part of our role is to actually not just get supportive, but I think also to define some of these initiatives and to also connect the different stakeholders, because we are in that kind of role where we are exposed to corporates and industry. We're exposed to obviously different educational establishments and all these different I think we definitely will try to connect some of that and make that happen. Whether that connection is made via kind of very structured kind of programs, where you expose different the various pillars and get them together and discuss things, or whether we just do ad hoc kind of initiatives or make recommendations through basically on the curriculum side or those kind of things. I think we could definitely will have a really strong role to play. But at the end of the day, I think it's a case of everyone collectively pitching in and recognizing actually the kind of timeline we've got, and we're running out of time to try and reach some of these SDGs, and just see what we can within our own respective area of responsibility to try and push this forward just that little bit more every time.
Thanks so much, Ms. Chen. Let's dive deeper into the pillar of education now. So, Mr. Lynch, I would like to hear from your perspective on how can schools and education connect with the pillars to empower students in social change making and entrepreneurship. And as a student of your school, I think we're all super lucky to see how you spearheaded this movement and made sure that we have so many opportunities to be entrepreneurs and be social change makers.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this panel this evening. It's delight and an honor to be here. I guess I wanted to echo some of the points that have already been made. Just first and foremost, trusting in the idealism, the ingenuity, and the seriousness of purpose, which we find in your generation, the young people today. Because I think part of the challenges that I have seen over the last 25 years of working in having the pleasure and privilege of working in field education is that too often we think of schools as being an authority on the future of the world and having something to deliver to students rather than, on the contrary, be in the service of students, and they're therefore necessarily needing to listen to them to see exactly how we should move forward. So I think that's a really important point to mention, that there's almost a philosophical positioning of schools that's really important to assume, that to see students as entrepreneurs, potential entrepreneurs in becoming, in some sense, that they have almost an obligation and a necessity to learn how to think differently from perhaps the way in which we have taught them over these generations to think. And that schools are no longer isolated ivory towers, but really need to be seeing themselves and acting as parts of larger ecosystems that are connected deeply to civil society, to use the words that Francois used earlier on, working with industry, really getting a sense of what the cutting edge technologies are, so that we see that what we're offering to the future generations is a full picture of what the world requires. And that education is also not so much any longer in a classical way about academic excellence only, but that it needs to be seen as something in the service of the greater good. So I think that having that philosophical understanding from the very beginning is very important for providing the kind of education that students need. I think the second thing I would add is that we have an obligation to review our curriculum, which is even when we're offering very highly regarded programs, we don't necessarily integrate sustainable development as wholly or as thoroughly as we should from the earliest years in school, even from as young as reception all the way through year 13, grade 12. And so we really need to very, very carefully do that properly so that our students and our faculties are really engaged in almost daily conversation and imagining around it. It's also really important, I think, for schools to imagine very community-based, project-oriented events that supplement what we would consider kind of formal education in the classroom. So occasions like hackathons, where we're really talking about issues that can concern the city in particular, perhaps the world as a whole. Really important to build into the fabric of the daily experiences of school. But beyond that, it's almost like we need to break down the walls and create spaces across schools that we could almost imagine to be innovation labs of sorts, where students are coming together with, as we were saying, members of civil society, with members of tech companies, startups, really thinking together cross-generationally too, about some of the issues that we're facing in the world. So it's really about empowering students, but also providing them with knowledge and skills and dispositions that schools alone can't give them any longer and need to be given more generously and more collectively by partnerships beyond schools alone. That's what I would say, just by way of introduction. I'm sure other members of this panel, including you students, have some thoughts on this topic.
Whoa, right. So due to time, it's a long panel, so I'm not keep this going on for longer. We will upload this on YouTube so everyone can learn from Dr. Francois Bonici. Just a bit of background, by the way. Hey, youth back there, right? Who actually enjoyed listening to Dr. Bonici? Give him a round of applause. Not every day you get the head of social innovation of World Economic Forum actually teaching our young ambassadors. I think we had 2 lessons overall, which was great. So now I'm an old person, so I'm not going to keep talking anymore. We're going to start the first ever pitch for SDGs competition. All right. It's not about winning. Okay, I'm sorry, it's cheesy, but I gotta say it. I know all of you worked so hard to put together your 7-minute pitch, right? So, by the way, for those of you familiar with Shark Tank, 7 minutes is all you get to win or get funded $1 million US. So don't think 7 minutes is not a lot of time. So let's welcome team 1 to get ready. And of course, Ivan is here. Ivan is one of our celebrity mentors. Ivan, have a seat, right? Ivan is the public sector head of LinkedIn, which is one of our key strategic mentorship partners as well. Ivan, please have a seat. Elsa, are you here? I can't tell. Oh yeah, Elsa, come on out. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Come on down, right? Hello. Have a seat as well. Elsa, oh my God, how do I even begin? Like, Woman of the Year. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay. All right, let me get set up and then we'll get the ball rolling. Oh, by the way, I hope your students or children may have told you today's prizes are determined by audience voting. So at the end of every presentation, there will be a QR code on one of these 3 amazing TVs. All you have to do is just scan the QR code, it will take you to a Slido page. For each team, you will be asked to give a score between 2 to 10 on their impact, innovation, inclusion, presentation skills. And at the end of the day, we'll tally up the scores and see which team actually gets these prizes. All right. So make sure you get your phones out at the end of every presentation. And audience on Zoom as well as in person are allowed to vote. Wow, you guys all got mics already. Dang, smart. Yeah. All right, 1 second. Are you ready, team 1? Yeah, let's go. All right, is our timer ready? Woo! First team up, a lot of you guys will set the bar. Oh, I see leather jackets. Let me try it on. All right, 3, 2, 1, go!
I'd like to start off by saying hello to everyone here and on Zoom, and thank you to UNITAR and Cyberport for having us here today. My name is Tay. My name is Warren.
My name is Gigi.
And our project is called Rente. It's an online fashion rental platform. So we're going to be looking at 3 main themes today. Number 1, our vision. Number 2, the action we're going to take. And number 3, how we will endure sustainability.
From the United Nations and World Economic Forum, 10% of global gas emissions are a result in our fashion industry annually. 50 billion plastic bottles worth of microplastics are getting thrown into the ocean just by washing our clothes. We also have the Never War. According to Redress, up to a third of clothes in Hong Kong are just put in the back of the closets and never worn and just get thrown away. And they do get thrown away. 1.3 million t-shirts worth of clothing are getting thrown into our landfills every day. That is 910 gallons of water being wasted just from making these clothes.
These negative statistics are all because of the detrimental weight of the linear fashion economy and the destructive mindset that is taken of take, make, use, and dispose. So we as Rente are planning on tackling this issue head on by adapting a new way of seeing things, the circular fashion economy. So we maximize on resources and minimize overproduction and consumption. And we plan on thriving within the use section. So basically clothing that we don't really want anymore can be brought back into the market within our circular fashion economy.
So Rente will work with 6 of the United Nations SDGs. SDGs 11 and 12, responsible consumption and sustainable cities, are addressed from the fact that adopting a circular model will help convince the population to move into more acceptable attitudes. The environmental SDGs 6, 13, 14, and 15 are also addressed because of the rental model Rente will use. You see, the rental model maximizes our resources and minimizes the resources we need to take from our world. Therefore, our environment will benefit as well. And here we have our amazing team. That is Gigi Janidia, our COO, an avid fashion mind with experience in managing and creating lines for fashion shows.
This is Warren Chan. He is our marketing communications head with a lot of experience within publicity and marketing in different events and organizations, such as his school student council.
So this is Kay Harrington, our founder of Rente. He's been a model for 2 years and has immersed in the fashion industry for several additional years. So, what is Rente? Think about Zara plus Airbnb. Instead of housing, we provide clothes from suppliers and individuals to rent out their unused clothing. So, in order to, we act as a platform in order to instigate the circular model in Hong Kong, and we connect the primary actors and suppliers to lease out their unused clothing. On the right here, we've heard a UK-based rental platform to show that a clothing rental business is actually viable.
Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so Rente, we will list clothing onto our website. Then customers get to pick clothing items that they're interested in, depending on color, size, and the event they're attending. So afterwards, these clothing items will be sustainably packed and delivered. Packaging will be provided by us, and customers get to use the clothing item for a certain rental period, right? And then afterwards, put back into the packaging and give it back to the supplier. Then the supplier would clean and wash the clothing items with a way that aims to reduce on microplastic emissions during the process. And then this whole cycle would go over again. So just like Uber, we would allow customers and suppliers to rate each other depending on the accuracy of the listing, the quality of the clothing, and rate the customer on maybe how they handle the clothing item, etc. And these points would be put onto their profile so that it could be for reference for other suppliers or customers in the future. And also, we're going to be willing to take in secondhand clothing from our suppliers so that we could decide on upcycling or downcycling these clothing, and so they wouldn't end up in the landfill.
So our initial markets are international secondary students in Hong Kong. As primary actors ourselves, we've seen the clothing consumption and how wasteful our peers just throw the clothes in the back of the closets and never use it again. Rente helps us connect the primary actors and suppliers to rent out the clothing and also to rent outfits instead of overbuying. We also aim to help photographers, models, outfit directors, etc., as there is often just like one-time use of outfits. And we also aim to expand our business throughout the whole Hong Kong. So we aim to acquire our targets through social media, as there is immense presence of our targets there, as well as other NGOs such as Redress there. So here's our roadmap. By January next year, we hope to finish our finance models. Rente will work in 3 different ways. We'll have tiered subscriptions for customers, one-off rentals in case you just only want it for an event, and straight up secondhand buying. We'll move on then to February, where we hope to finish our sourcing of packaging and delivery to help sustain our sustainability. After that, in March, we hope to launch the website and start growing from there. Say the first 100 users. Then we'll begin to scale up. We'll add more language, more items of fashion, more accessories, hats, bags, whatever you can think of. And as we continue to scale up, we hope to work directly with brands and companies to help them also adopt a sustainable model. Our end goal is to successfully instigate circularity in Hong Kong. So here comes our ask. We have 3 main asks. Number 1 is our website. We need web developers, or if you're a principal with an amazing tech student who's interested in helping us build the site, please come talk to me after our presentation. Number 2 is our funding. We need
Applause, sorry. Right. So everyone, the fun part. Scan that QR code. Woohoo! All right. In the meantime, Elsa and Ivan, we only have a minute or so for feedback, so please go straight ahead.
I was just wondering, you cited Airbnb, right? I think a lot of times things happen when you have no control over the production process and sourcing process. So you're relying a lot from people who are making these clothes to put on your website so you can distribute them, right? You're not making the clothes.
Yeah, we will have our own site, own clothes, but the idea is to circulate garments that are already in use. So
Okay.
people's spare clothes and stuff.
All right. So you also mentioned about responsible packaging, right? What I'm trying to say is, how do you know that the supply chain that's involved in making all the products, including your clothes and your packaging, is actually sourced sustainably?
So with the packaging, I've started research. I found sustainable packaging companies like Banyan Packaging and Envelope and stuff who actually have packaging in mind of circular models. So I aim to talk to them about it as well.
Next one then.
I can just give a quick comment. So I think fast fashion is an industry that we enjoy a lot, but we also understand the pain points or the challenges that the industry actually bring to us, right? So whenever working on such a project, actually you as an individual, you're also involved in the supply side and demand side, right? You might also be a customer of the platform itself, but you're also supplying your products, your things to the platform. So think about that, right? Would you be actually enjoying the service yourself in the future if the thing actually came out, right? Would you actually be renting your things on the platform? And would you actually be willing to pay to rent things from that platform? And if your answer is yes to yourself, I guess that will be circulated to even more people. So that's just a quick feedback that you should be thinking from a future user of perspective, despite being the founder of the platform.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. You have 10 minutes to vote, so don't worry, there's plenty of time. Team number 2. Woo! Yep. Okay. You need 2 mics? You need 1 more? Sure. Okay. Where do you want the poster? No worry. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Ready?
Yes, we're ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Can you imagine a world where all youths are change makers, united to maximize impact for generations to come? Hi, everyone. My name is Bella Lee, and we are creating a global network of student-led, SDG-driven councils at all schools around the world. Slide, please.
Our purpose is what you can see above. However, on the most fundamental level, we want to promote and empower action.
Slide, please. Today, we'll be going over 4 things. Firstly, the Canadian International School Global Goals Council, the problem, our vision, and the solution. Next slide, please. So the Global Goals Clubs Council is the governing body of all 12 clubs at CDNIS. And we, as a team of the governing body, we are made up of 4 student leaders and 2 teacher advisors. My name is Bella Lee. I'm the senior administrator and a founding member of the council.
I'm Laura Noguchi, the marketing director and also one of the founding members of the council.
I'm Romina Phillips. I'm the event planner.
I'm Mira Chen, the junior administrator. We are also supported by 2 teacher advisors, Mr. Lee and Mr. Schulter. Having dedicated support is essential to the success of any quality program.
Next slide, please. Like we said before, there are 12 clubs under the GEC model at the Canadian International School of Hong Kong. All 12 of these clubs aim to achieve SDGs 1 through 17.
The photo you can see above was taken at the annual leadership workshop where students of these clubs learn how to be leaders of sustainable change and plan for the year ahead.
Last year, we hosted the Hong Kong SDG Summit, which was the first ever student-led collaborative summit that aimed at reaching all of the SDGs.
The summit brought together all these organizations, which inspired us to put this event onto a global level.
Wow, look at that. That is a big number. Right now in the world, we have over 1.8 billion people between the ages of 10 to 24, making us the largest generation of youth in history. This shows us that us youth are crucial drivers of change. Next one, please. Well, this leads us to our problem. According to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Hong Kong, there are over 14.5% of youth in Hong Kong who have never even heard of the SDGs, which is such a pressing concern.
The Global Goals Council is actually the only council that has a dedicated council towards the SDGs within the region. Our schools and institutions are progressively teaching young individuals to become part of the industrialized economic system rather than to lead sustainable change.
There are 3 parts to our vision for the Global Goals Networks. First, to implement Global Goals Council within schools and expand to the rest of the world. Secondly, to help students to achieve systems change.
Thirdly, and most importantly, to develop and promote strong partnerships between schools, both regionally and worldwide.
Next slide, please. Which leads us to our solution. Our solution is simple and threefold. The first step of our solution is gaining legitimacy. This means as representatives of the Canadian International School of Hong Kong, to show the world that having a model that is dedicated to SDGs is feasible. And the second step is pitching to schools and at events like this. And this allows us to share our insight and experiences and share our expertise to all schools, organizations around the world. The third and last step is scaling our impact. This will be done through expanding our Global Goals Council regionally and worldwide. Next slide, please. We have decided to follow up with the steps in our solution. 2 days ago, I had the honor to speak at the French International School of Hong Kong to students, staff, and parents, which we have gained particularly positive responses for. Next slide, please. And the youth ambassadors, my fellow UNITAR youth ambassadors, are already in the implementation stage in Hong Kong. And in Q1 of 2022, we are expanding this regionally in Shanghai and Beijing and internationally in Thailand, India, and Singapore. Next one, please. Like Malati Wyson said, stop teaching people and start engaging people. This quote perfectly summarizes everything that we've covered in this presentation, because ultimately the Global Goals Council network aims to engage youth worldwide and to share expertise in this network globally. Next slide, please.
Students, you are the difference. It's time to take initiative for change. Student, teachers, and educators, it's time to view the SDGs as a powerful tool of education. For parents, let's support the future generations. Let's create a more sustainable world for our children and our grandchildren.
Next slide, please. Revisiting the 1.8 billion statistic. Like we said before, 1.8 billion of the world are youth, making us the largest generation of youth in history. Currently, this means that we're 25% of the current world population, but this makes us 100% of the future. And so we ask you again to please vote for us for the most impactful pitch to maximize our impact for 100% of the future, billions of people and generations to come. Next slide, please. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. Email me if you have any questions or wish to implement an SDG council at your school, and follow CDIS GGC on Instagram. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Comments. Gotta wait for comments. This is how it works in Shark Tank. It's like, we like it, $500 or whatever.
Okay, ladies, wonderful pitch. I think Valerie, you make a perfect marketing person.
Thank you so
Very powerful. I guess throughout this pitch, I'm very, it's a very ambitious goal that you're trying to achieve. But I think the whole presentation lacks a plan, a strategy, and what we call KPIs, key performance indicators. What exactly are you trying to achieve within the next 12 months, the next 24 months, and how are you going to do that?
We outlined this in our solution, pitching to schools and helping them implement, to start them from the bottom. And currently, as we explained before, we have already followed the steps in our solution. FIS, VSA, CIS, the International School of Bangkok, the International School in Bangalore, India, have all decided to follow up with our SDG Council. So starting from just a small group of schools, we are expanding worldwide to Europe, America, South America, everywhere.
What about the local schools?
The local schools, we have already contacted DBS, DGS, and this model works regardless of your geographical location, system, A-level, IB, anything works.
Well, I just have one quick follow-up. I appreciate the presentation. I wish I had such a thing when I was in high school as well. So one very quick question, besides the school coverage thing, I would like to check in with you about, because I didn't really get to see the pinpoint about why currently SDG is not common among high school students, right? So when you haven't identified the pain point behind the current situation, it is very difficult for you to find a way to actually solve the things. So what are some of the reasons that SDG is not yet common, no matter among international schools or local schools that you have identified?
Like Dr. François Bonici said, SDGs are not the top priority of our education systems right now, which is a huge problem already. Education is a direct way to ingrain something in any population. So I believe that it is never too late to incorporate sustainability, the SDG framework, in our education systems.
I think you brought out a very good point that working with policymakers might actually, something that you want to include in your presentation and sharings, as well as part of your plans.
Thank you for your comments.
Great. Thank you, team 2. Woohoo! Again, you have 10 minutes after the presentation to continue voting for the Global Goals Council. Next up, everyone's going to learn a new word today called, actually I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's pronounced apogee.
I'm not going to embarrass myself. So, apogee, apogee, apogee. All right. Is team 3 ready? Awesome. By the way, there are 16 pitches in case you guys are counting, okay? So Don't worry, there's a break in the middle, so we all get some networking time. All right. 1, 2, 3, go.
Good afternoon, judges, fellow ambassadors, parents, and esteemed guests. Hello, my name is Anna Wei, a Year 10 student from Victoria Shanghai Academy. Last year, I started an organization called NAMSA for the GSL Global Goals competition that aims to raise awareness about plastic waste and subsequent impacts on humanity. However, it didn't end up gaining much traction. Why? Firstly, we faced a lack of resources and guidance. Considering the fact that this was our initial attempt at establishing a youth-led SDG organization, it was ultimately too time-consuming and way less impactful. Moreover, many students aren't aware of the SDGs or social, environmental, and economic issues in our modern society. According to Green Queen Team, only 15% of the Hong Kong population knows about the SDGs. Finally, there isn't a collective site where students can find all the necessary resources and information. Opening numerous tabs and going to different information sources is much less efficient and much more time-consuming. This led me to wonder, would anything have changed if more guidance and resources was provided to us over the course of the project? Allow me to introduce to you Apogee Academy, the first youth-run online education site in Hong Kong that focuses on teaching students about the SDGs by providing professional resources from experienced founders, educators, and advocates. Next slide, please. Here are the contents we'll be covering today. Next slide, please. Our vision is to empower students and school communities to become more dedicated towards achieving the SDGs through online education. Next slide, please.
So you may be wondering, why create an online educational SDG Academy? Now, CEO and founder of edX, an online learning destination, said, online education is like a rising tide. It's going to lift all boats. These boats, or students, will be uplifted and motivated by this new wave and surge of online education, bringing us into a new era of knowledge and turning the tide on COVID. Next slide, please. So the key demographic of our site are the school communities in Hong Kong, specifically ones that have established existing student councils and as well as student-led events about the SDGs. By starting small in a regional sense and establishing such valuable interconnections between schools, we hope to build a tight-knit community focused on the ultimate goal of achievement of the SDGs. Next slide, please.
Here are the SDGs our project mainly aims at. Next slide, please.
So our plan is to create one site that serves as a central database of information about the SDGs. Our product, Apogee Academy, is an online learning community where students can learn, create, and share with others in courses and activities related to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. These courses will be created by industry experts, which will be in the form of videos, articles, and resources. These interactive lessons will also include information such as an introduction to the goal, existing organizations, how to hold forums, and more knowledge surrounding taking initiatives with these SDGs.
Each course will also feature its own Q&A section to allow users to get answers from other creators, educators, and students alike. This not only promotes an inquisitive mindset for learning, but also helps build communities and connections between learners of all kinds. This will also be paired with the showcase section, which will allow students to show their work as projects. Apart from these features, we're also planning to include elements of gamification into our platform to make it more fun and interesting for students. Now, this will be in the form of a recommendation system, where users can score points based on their activity and achievements in the community. By actively participating in these activities, students can also be rewarded with points, which can be used to unlock more course content. Next slide, please.
Additionally, there will also be categories that feature exclusive resources from training institutions such as UNITAR that will follow the freemium model. Now, while the free tier will be available to everyone, those who wish to support the platform and further the learning experience can purchase either a monthly or yearly subscription to unlock all of the content that we offer. Lastly, our platform will be built using React and Next.js, two cutting-edge web technologies powering sites such as Google, Facebook, and Netflix today. In addition, we also plan on creating both mobile and tablet versions of the app using React Native after our initial web platform launch. Next slide, please.
The market size for an online education platform is exponentially increasing amid the pandemic. According to Globe Newswire, the global market for e-learning is estimated at around 250.8 billion USD in the year of 2020. Now, this is projected to reach a revised amount of 457.8 billion USD by the year of 2026, growing by a rate of approximately 10%. Therefore, initiating action in this department would prove to be extremely relevant. Next slide, please.
The roadmap for our project is as follows. From January to April, the collection of our resources will begin, from NGO founders to UNITAR educators. From May to June, the resources will be inputted into different categories depending on what the information is based on. From July to September, final details on the site will be placed before it is published. From October to December, marketing of the site will be conducted to schools and organizations to support. Next slide, please. Our ask to corporates. We would like to ask for marketing support to increase the publicity of Apogee Academy by promoting Apogee services through social media and online newspaper publications. To parents, please actively introduce Apogee to your children and recommend it to other parents. To schools, strongly encourage your students to use Apogee Academy on their SDG related projects. Next slide, please. Allow me to introduce my team.
Hi, I'm Michael Tong, and I'm the CTO.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nicole, and I'm the CEO.
Next slide, please. Here are our contacts. Next slide, please. Thank you so much, and don't forget to vote for us as most innovative and best presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, everyone, after your presentation, I know you're so happy it's done, but please do stay behind for comments. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita.
I'll go first this time. So, I mean, we all know that EdTech or education sector is actually a very fast growing industry and space, right? So, I'm not sure whether, I just want to check in with you whether your idea or your academy is actually first of its kind, or are there already existing, players in the industry are doing the same thing? And if they're existing players, right, how do you differentiate yourself from other platforms that are already running the same thing?
So first of all, there is another organization called SCG Academy. However, we're the first youth-run online education site, which is huge because youths are our future.
And in addition, we'll also be incorporating elements of gamification, which basically uses level up systems and stuff like that to increase user engagement, which is something we don't really see with other platforms.
Well, congratulations. I really like what you're trying to do. My favorite so far.
Thank you.
I think you do have a lot of synergy with Team 2 as well, because what they're trying to do, you can also facilitate. I like the fact that you have very clear business models. You have your, you know what you're trying to achieve, and you have a very clear roadmap as to when you would be achieving what. I guess my question here is how are you going to sustain your platform? How are you going to survive? Is this a social impact project, or is it a philanthropy you're asking for donations? Who is going to be paying for this going forward?
So basically, we have a freemium model.
Yes, it's based on a SaaS or software as a service subscription. So our users, if they like the platform, as I said, we have a premium subscription plan that they can subscribe to. And this budget will mainly go towards the marketing of the site.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Woo! Thank you, Alpha DEE. All right. Don't worry, I'm just here for the law, so I'm not presenting today. 10 years ago, I pitched. Those were the days. Next up, phase 2. What's phase 1? Welcome, Team Viva. Viva Hong Kong. Let's see. Big mic. It's heavy too. Sorry, it's gotta be on brand. 1 second. Guys ready?
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just confront the reality that Hong Kong poverty is a global issue with local roots. But then just to scratch the surface of the problem. Next slide. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about what this graph really means. It's pretty simple, I think. Next slide. It's a worsening problem that needs strengthened collaboration, as seen in the rising inequality rates that I just showed you. So what actually is the problem at hand? Firstly, there's a large demographic of people living under poverty, with 21% people living under the poverty line. Secondly, poverty and inequality in Hong Kong being highly related to issues like lack of opportunity and education. It's a highly nuanced issue that requires collaboration at the highest level. Thirdly, there's also a lack of awareness among organizations. So we're trying to target both social enterprises and NGOs. But then there are 94 poverty-oriented social enterprises alone, ranging from Home Market, which offers quality goods at lower prices, and SCPD, which gives opportunity to people with disabilities, which is a huge factor in tackling inequality and poverty. Next slide. So therefore, our solution is this. Phase 2 of our organization, where you aim to bridge the gap between poverty alleviation organizations and young change makers to empower and catalyze long-term Gen Z change. Katie?
Next slide. And here is the impact that we have made in phase 1. Viva has created a team with over 70 committed members from over 30 schools across the globe. To put that into perspective, that's over 200 students impacted. Next slide. And this is what our phase 2 would look like. We're a flexible and diverse community, as well as a strong links with local NGOs. From Kelly Support Group, Impact Hong Kong, to Sunshine Action, we believe that with our proximity to the local community, we can provide first-hand information to inspire other young change makers. And third, we have an all-in-one inclusive platform. We aim to provide a regular stream of weekly updates and also to inform about infographics, tech circles, and open to all podcasts. By educating the public about the seriousness of poverty, we're inspiring the future generation to implement initiatives and urge the government to create holistic policies for the underprivileged. Next slide.
Great, thank you so much. So we want to use a platform like Katie has just described to us to spearhead real-life change in Hong Kong where needed the most. That's where the Eureka movement really came from. And that's why we want to launch a phase 2 organization, which is split into 3 parts. Firstly, to bridge the gap as seen here, to have on-site visits, infographics, and more, to link up with local NGOs and social enterprises, like Hands on Hong Kong, Impact HK, and many others that we're currently in the works with collaborating with. Secondly, to engage with many podcasts and online speaker events to let Gen Z know more about these social enterprises and NGOs. Thirdly, to empower change, to fundraise opportunities to volunteer that are uniquely catered to that social enterprise or NGO with specific KPIs. That's the 3 things are key metrics that we support to do in phase 2. Next slide. So yeah, how it works. So for each social enterprise and NGO we're going to interview, we're going to allocate a time around 2 months for that. With stage 1 being initial engagement, having online speaker events and infographics to briefly outline that and broadcast that to a large community of around 100 people in a WhatsApp group. Stage 2, research and investigation will have organization visits, launching updates, and fundraisers to cater that to that specific NGO. And stage 3 will conclude that with the online reflection sessions with something else to make sure that the impact is consistent. So yeah, I'll just give one example. Bill will give more examples about this. So one NGO that we're supposed to work with, that we're already in the works with collaborating with, is Impact HK, that I'm pretty sure a lot of you have heard of before. So they primarily concern themselves on resource distribution, accommodation, employment, and training to tackle local issues of poverty. So what we're going to do here is maybe give visits to the local to Impact HK itself, to give internship that is very correlated to resource distribution, to let people actually have internship and volunteering updates on the ground. So that's one thing that we are about to do in the future. So,
yeah, next slide, please. So that's just one of the many possibilities with phase 2. We saw earlier we had another organization's picture, Home Market. Home Market do food logistics and distribution across 12 districts around Hong Kong. Similarly, through mediums of volunteering and speaker events, we directly empower the challenge with specific programs, allowing them to know more about things like online programming and gift pack logistics, henceforth. Next slide, please. And this wouldn't be a UN event without talking about sustainable development goals. as part of SDGs 1 and 10, this isn't just some fluffy idea, but one that aims to create substantive change and do things like volunteering. We project with funds around $10,000 to impact around 6,000 people and engage around 60 volunteers. Next slide, please. This is a look at our roadmap. We've thought about every step from the beginning with marketing to around January with our equity conference, all the way towards our different NGO showcases. And with the current climate that is being under the pandemic, the ever-changing climate means that there has to be contingency plans. And don't worry, we've thought about every step ahead. Next slide, please. And this is us, yeah, our very cute faces. And you aren't working with random. From the big competition organizers, public speaking competition championships, and even artistic directors. We all have differing interests, but are united under this common good of making a difference and bridging the gaps. We have the experience and the ability to pull off showcases and panels, and we hope that you get to work with us. Next slide, please. So the ask. We here like to ask of you 4 key things. To those sitting here today, if you have any connections or people who have interest in this, please contact us so that they can broadcast their message and help people get their message. Secondly, to corporates, we ask for just a tiny sum of $1,000 to impact 6,000 or even more students globally. UNITAR and other organizations. We ask for your advice and knowledge into things such as event booking and program execution. And last but not least, everyone here, abroad or locally. We ask for your undivided support and vote to help our society be a better place. Next slide, please. So the great Isaac Newton once said, we build too many walls and not enough bridges. But with phase 2, we're able to bridge those barriers or break down those barriers and bridge those gaps so that we can actually help more people. So this is Katie, Bill, and Justin. Thank you.
3 seconds to spare. All right, we'll let that slide. All right. All right. Feedback from judges, please.
I can go first. So I particularly like the slide about, what you guys have done already, right? I mean, despite that's probably your first time pitching the idea, but you are already doing something. I just want to understand more about the ecosystem. You mentioned that as a corporate, as we donate 1,000 Hong Kong dollar, that will impact 6,000 lives. Can you give a bit of more explanation about how does the whole thing actually work? Just a quick one would be fine.
Yeah, sure. So basically, what we're trying to use that 1K mainly for, it's for promoting videos from a very Gen Z perspective. Because we're aware that many, let's say, Impact HK, many of them might already have existing videos, but we want to make it from a Gen Z perspective with our big community around 100 people to film it from their perspective to know more about that. And then the other money would probably go into, let's say, other wallets and other fundraisers that we plan to launch. But we want to decentralize the system in the sense that every 2 months we will have maybe new people in charge of that specific organization we're supposed to showcase. Then we can let them take over from that.
I think it's a very, very strong pitch. Congratulations. You have very clear KPIs, what you're trying to achieve, and you've demonstrated what you've already achieved. I guess my question here is 1,000 per each event. Is that enough? do you have any sense of what $1,000 can do? And how is your entity going to survive? How are you going to be generating revenues? And you would also rely on a lot of external teaching volunteers. How would you qualify them? How do you know they're qualified to?
Yeah, sure. So first to answer the question on revenue. So we're mainly a non-profit group of around 20 people from 30 schools. We're still growing and we are undergoing a restructure. So it is as opposed to the other social enterprises here, we're more non-profit oriented. So it's more for the experience you gain, the people you get, the connections you make, all the things that we have done before and what that we're continuing to do. So that might not be that big of an issue. But secondly, about sustainability, we are currently recruiting more people. So if you're interested, just shoot us a DM in the Instagram or whatever. But then apart from that, we're also looking forward to having a new generation of people, let's say people who are younger, so to take on the mantle once we need to go to university.
And I guess,
Sorry, why, you said you're a nonprofit and survival is not an issue. How do you make sense out of that sentence?
Yeah, sure. So survival in the sense that we believe that we don't need to position ourselves in a very financially competitive sense. So because we are mainly non-profit, so therefore we won't be maybe bogged down by financial difficulty. We don't need to spend this much time on marketing because the vast majority of
Where does the money come from?
the money that would probably come from corporates if we do get rich. But that would be primarily for video editing, with maybe programming and like software. But yeah, the vast majority is non-profit and pro bono.
All right, thank you, team 4. Feel free to take crypto as well, so feel free to scan the QR code later for that. Next up, ooh, happy and sad faces. Oh wow, making me happy. Team 5, Line of Arts. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Woo!
Have you ever been in a situation where you are afraid to speak up for yourself or stand up for yourself? Scared to voice your opinion and how you truly feel? Well, I'm pretty sure we've all been there at least once in our lives, and I can assure you that it's not a great feeling. I'm Michelle Wang, a grade 10 student from the ISM Academy, and to make sure one has the confidence and the ability to stand up for themselves or others, I've created Mind of Arts to enhance the mental health and the public speaking skills of youth aged 8 to 12 through the art of performing and expression. More specifically, the organization targets their confidence, public speaking skills to ensure that situations like these are less likely to happen in the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Laura Leal and I'm a grade 9 student at the Hong Kong International School.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Lee and I am a grade 10 student also studying at Hong Kong International School. Here is the contents that we will be going through today.
The vision for this organization is to foster a fundamental foundation of confidence and public speaking skills in the youth through performing arts, in hopes of giving them the ability and motivation to speak up for themselves in different situations. This tackles SDGs 3, good health and well-being, 4, quality education, and 17, partnership for the goals in the process. Now, why is this worth solving? Let's talk about the problem. People need to have a voice in society. We can all agree it's not the easiest task to speak up for what's right. And because of this, people usually go down the easy route. And instead of saying everything they want to say, they feel the guilt rush through themselves as they form all the sentences they wish they could say out loud. But why are people afraid? Well, number 1, the fear of rejection, which ties into number 2, which is the anxiousness of how we are being perceived by other people. We always want to satisfy everyone. We want to please and deliver value to them. Hence, why we become fearful of how we are performing and the way we are being judged by other people. Thirdly, people fear that nothing will change by them speaking up. If others aren't going to take my input and validate my opinions, then why bother? Well, these are all common thoughts among people. However, the safety of silence is not always the right path to go down. It is crucial to learn how to voice ourselves when the time comes. And Mind of Arts will give the youth the ability and opportunity to express themselves while building confidence and developing public speaking skills along the way.
So, how will we do this? Firstly, we will conduct theatrical workshops, which include activities that are designed specifically to target different skills, such as team building, collaboration, public speaking, confidence, concentration, critical thinking, interpretation, performance, and such. Next, to successfully reach our targeted audience, these workshops will hopefully be done through school visits in both local and international schools for grade 3 to 5. Last but not least, there will be frequent posts on our social media platforms that are targeted to the parents of the youths for reminders, support, and updates on the knowledge conducted through these workshops.
Our business model is to start off by conducting workshops in our own schools, and after a few successful workshops and doing trial and error, implementing some useful techniques and activities that are more beneficial, we will then expand out to more schools in Hong Kong to make a bigger impact. Now let's move on to a brief run through of our roadmap. And although nothing is confirmed, we hope to successfully follow the timeline and tasks. By January 2022, we will recruit more volunteers to help with our workshops. By March, we will have launched all of our profiles on social media platforms and created our own website. By May, we'll have gotten in contact with the venues and schools we'll be working with and figured out appropriate schedules and timings. The next step is to work on figuring out and advertising different audiences of all age groups to get the attention and interest to join Mind of Arts. This will be done by July. By September 2022, we will have run a test run within our schools and collected feedback to see what worked effectively and what didn't. We will then alter and change the workshops accordingly. Lastly, by November 2022, we will branch out to both local and international schools to reach a wider range of audiences from different backgrounds. Now, to fulfill SDG 17, which is Partnership of the Goals, I've created a team for Mind of Arts. I'm the founder of Mind of Arts, and I'm also one of the 2021 UNITAR Youth Ambassadors. I am currently selected for leadership boards in sustainability and school spirit, and I hope to bring that into Mind of Arts. I was a youth ambassador for the UNITAR and UNGA event, and I'm excited to be working alongside Michelle and Laura for Mind of Arts. Next slide, please. Now, of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without your help and without a few other elements, which is why we are asking for your help in three main elements. Firstly, we definitely need more than 3 people to make a positive and large impact. So to the students or people passionate about performing arts and teaching young students in the audience, we are asking for more volunteers to help with the workshops. So we need your help to make this positive change.
Next, to the principals and teachers here today, we are looking for locations and venues to conduct the workshops in. Since we are targeting primary students, we will need to get in contact with your schools to inform and get your consent to our visits during school hours or even after school.
Lastly, to everyone, parents, students, the panel, we are asking for more connections and advertising platforms to get the word out on Mind of Arts. We need to connect with different people, such as other parents, school principals, and youths to get people's interest in joining. It will not merely be enough to advertise on social media platforms. To summarize, through performing arts and public speaking, Mind of Arts aims to encourage youth to adopt the very much needed skill of speaking up when necessary. It is never a good feeling to shoot in the dark or say one thing while feeling the exact opposite just to conform to society. And we hope to change that through Mind of Arts. Mind of Arts, seeking confidence from within. Please give us your support and vote for us. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. I particularly like the slide about problem statement because I think that was a very clear problem statement about what the youth is facing, right? I got 2 quick questions. The first is with regard to the qualities of those trainings or workshops. I'm sure that you all would make a good moderator or trainers, right? But how do you make sure that the quality can be maintained, right? Would you be providing trainings to people who are volunteering to run those workshops, or how would you make sure that can be sustained? And the second question is that how would you measure the success of venture, right? Is it on the number of people that you have impact, or how is it going to look like?
Well, I think for the first question, which was, sorry, what was your first question?
I mean the quality of those workshops and those trainings.
Right. So first of all, we were looking for recruits and volunteers of people who are really passionate about making a change. And we've all had experience in performing arts as well as public speaking in the past. So we hope to obviously do trial and error to see what works and what doesn't, the benefits and the extent of the success for the workshop. So we will definitely alter and change after getting feedback, so to make sure that everything is great and to make sure that the quality is also, what we intended to be.
How do you measure about the impact that
So we don't really want to measure impact by how many people impacts, but rather how it impacts one person, as long as they feel that, you know, they have more confidence to speak up for themselves, maybe when they encounter a situation next time, and they feel that they have the ability to speak up for themselves compared to before, where they want to like hide and rather stay silent. So it's more of like a personal rather than, you know, a number, like quantity. Thank you.
Thank you for the enthusiasm. It's intangible. I guess there are quite a number of gaps that I see here. First of all, you know, like the other juror was saying about the impact that you're measuring, because speaking out could be positive, it could be negative, right? If people are talking about the wrong thing, it's gonna harm the society rather than helping it, right? So I guess it's a highly qualitative training that you're trying to deliver. And can I ask you which goal number you're trying to achieve?
It was goal 3s and 4s, which is quality education as well as good health and well-being.
Okay, so if it's education, then you need to measure the outcome. So it's not by the number of people, but so for example, you measure the person before they're coming to the training, they were not willing to speak out, or, you know, just give them a test. Like if you face this situation, how would you be encountering? How would you be, if someone shouted at you, how would you respond, right? Versus after the training, how would they now respond with a successful, you know, training with the programs? But so it's a highly qualitative program, and you really need to seek highly qualitative or qualified trainers rather, because it could be a very dangerous outcome that you're generating.
Thank you for your point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. Oh, behind Danny. Right, next up, instead of taking things fast, we're going to take it a little slow right now. Does that sound too cheesy? Sorry. It's like, it's Thanksgiving, people. It's nice to be loved. Right, got your mics? There we go. Thank you. Please stand on my side here. Right. Ready? All right, 3, 2, 1.
A couple months ago, for a school project, I wanted to replicate a 1950s dress, but I wanted to do it sustainably. I wanted to challenge this idea of fast fashion, and it was proving quite difficult. I could not locate sustainable materials, and I had to do a lot of research on how to create zero-waste products. It shouldn't be this difficult for students to want to take initiative into their future. Next slide. Good afternoon, I'm Romina Phillips, and my initiative, Slowway, aims at creating a platform to educate Hong Kong design students on being sustainable. Here's an overview of what I'll be going over today. Fast fashion is the mindless consumption and production of garments with no consideration for the waste, pollution, and unethical treatment of workers and animals along the way. We know this. We know the damage it causes is immense. However, there is a shift occurring in sustainability within the fashion industry, one that brings real hope, but with that hope comes challenges. The consumption behavior of the next generation is changing. The fact alone that you're listening to presentations about the sustainable development goals by youth is proof within itself. Similarly, shareholder views are also changing, holding businesses to a standard. This incentivizes retailers to change their behaviors so that they can have more sustainable returns. Manufacturers are then being held accountable by retailers to adhere to the SDGs, and they need talent to do this. But where are they going to get this talent from? The youth that are currently being taught to continue fast fashion?
Hong Kong College of Design students don't have a sustainable curriculum. We are depriving talented youth of the ability to apply their creativity towards transfer our future. As larger brands are making sustainable shifts, the talent has to be ready to accelerate the rate of change.
Our vision is to educate and empower Hong Kong secondary and college design students in slow fashion in order for them to meet the demand of sustainability. This will cultivate them into slow fashion advocates
and enable a sustainable curriculum. Our vision therefore aligns with SDG 12, responsible consumption and production.
So what is slow fashion? Slow fashion considers environmental and ethical impacts and aims to create long-lasting products. It encourages the idea of mindful consumption. Essentially, everything fast fashion isn't.
Slow fashion education will be achieved in 4 ways: advocacy, materials, workshops, and connection. Advocacy will be done through panel discussions and educational programs. We will pay the additional cost for sustainable materials, have zero waste workshops, and build and foster connections between retailers, manufacturers, and designers that are built on sustainability.
Recently, with the younger generation, we are seeing a larger demand for sustainable curriculum. For example, according to the Fashion Summit, 50% of people aged 15 to 24 are very supportive of the slow fashion movement in Hong Kong, and 80% of students think their school should do more about it. And I can assure you that these numbers will only increase in the future. Hong Kong international schools are also trying to incorporate this into their curriculum, but unsure how. This shows a clear need for our initiative, and the time to implement it is now.
Our initiative will follow an inverse triangle structure that empowers the primary actors to have a larger role than us. This would be manufacturers, retailers, design students. By placing the power in the hands of those that are most immersed in this experience, it will make our initiative more tailored to the needs of the primary actors. The long-term goal of an initiative like this would be to build strong enough connections between primary actors so that they implement the solution on their own. Essentially, when a manufacturer wants to be more sustainable, they can go to designers that they know who are in sustainability. Next. Currently, we have finished the design phase. The next phase would be data collection and analysis. We know there's a market out there. We need to know more deeper what they want. We want to contact over 20 manufacturers, retailers, and schools by the end of 2021. Phase 2 would be creating opportunities for collaboration through advocacy. This would be done in March of 2022. And the last phase would be implementing this idea of moving from outrageous to acceptable. This would be through our zero waste workshops, sustainable materials, and in June of 2022.
A successful example of an initiative similar to this is Fashion Takes Action. It is a website with similar goals of advocacy and education. It provides its users with direct information on where to buy sustainable materials, as well as workshops that they can attend. This shows that implementing a solution like this has proven to be successful in the past. But while similar, our initiative factors in service and approach.
Excellent. Our team has Romina in administration, Naisha in marketing, and me in logistics. We all have past experiences in SDG work, and we are passionate to make our vision into a reality.
But in order for our vision to become a reality, we need to start building connections between the stakeholders and need support and guidance from experts in this area. Okay, next one. Before we close, we'd like to remind everyone to please vote for us for the most innovative, inclusive solution. Sustainability, the sustainability is going to be the next major step in fashion, and it's you either get with it or fall behind. It's an unstoppable force. Solvay aims to be on the right side of that change. Where will you be? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to navigate about the solution part. I hear it loud and clear about the intention and what to be achieved. So with regard to doing the advocacy and education, right? What exact context would those things be? Is it about the material, or from which angle that you plan to tell people the stories, regardless of design students or general public who are also consumers of fast fashions as well?
First, I think it's to show that fast fashion is unsustainable. It can't work, and should really make sure design students understand if they follow this pattern of fast fashion, what they're contributing to. and then also educate them on the importance and show them the alternative way slow fashion provides.
I think I have the same issue like you, that I can't really get a grip of what the business model is. Is it an advocacy program? Is it an education program? Or what are you trying to achieve here?
We are trying to educate fashion design students on not only the importance of switching from fast fashion to slow fashion, but also what slow fashion is and how they can implement it in their designs.
So you would go to schools and try to revise the curriculum? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, we know that we've seen actually that there's some international schools are already trying to do this, but they're unsure how or what model to use. And we think that providing guidance with slow fashion will benefit them.
I see what you're doing is more a movement than an actual business or an actual project itself. I like the way that you touched upon holding businesses responsible, or even shareholders responsible. And I would strongly suggest that you explore the acronyms ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Whereas you can potentially integrate some of that environmental KPIs into what you're trying to share with the curriculum, and the social, and of course the governance bit is quite important as well. And I have no doubt that kids like at your age are minimalists. You're not chasing after fashions or brands at all. That's not even a question. I think the question here is, how do you render a program that could touch all the way down to the supply chain, and it's a movement, I think, rather than a project. So it can be expected.
Well, if I may just give one more suggestion or examples, right? If we look into Cyberport, the place that you are here today, right? What they're trying to do, the goal is trying to advocate for startup empowerment, right? They don't just stop at telling people that you should be running startup. They do it by bringing in investors for the startup, bringing in clients for the startups, right? So a lot of even ecosystems are actually being built for the movement. So I think your presentation, it would be great if you can incorporate more about what are the things that you will bring into that sustainable fashion ecosystem, so that people will be encouraged to be doing that instead of just asking them or telling them the issue and problems. So that's my suggestions as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One thing for sure, I think what really inspired me is, if you have something you have never worn in your closet, don't buy anything new, people. Right? So I have 6 years left according to my latest statistics. So I am not the best example. Yep, team 7. Merge Hong Kong, come on up. Ready? All right, 3, 2, 1.
This is my dog, King. When we adopted him from the rescue shelter 8 years ago, we were told that he was about to be transferred the next day due to a lack of capacity in the dog shelter. That's when I began to realize the very burden that are placed on such dog shelters. A few years later, with my developing interest in the law as a means to protect vulnerable groups, I thought extensively about how to combine my two passions together, dogs and the law. And that's how I came up with Merge HK. Hi everyone, my name is Sophia, and my initiative Merge HK aims to connect neglected youth offenders and rescue dogs, solving 2 problems in 1 project. Next slide.
My name is Zia Baruka, and I'm a student deeply interested in politics and the law. This has led me to write articles for NBC, CBS, Fox, among others. In addition, I'm the founder of the Global Spectator, a UN award-winning newspaper.
Hi, my name is Yaya, and I have been advocating for youth in the Sustainable Development Goals, and therefore founded Seek to Learn.
Youth crime makes up 15 to 18% of all crime in Hong Kong, particularly in a collectivist society and culture that dominates Hong Kong. This often has adverse implications for youths who are easily influenced by their peers and social surroundings.
Next slide.
Individuals more often break the law when they are young. The peak ages likely to be found guilty or cautioned are between 15 and 19. Those who enter criminal careers at the earliest ages, which in this case is before 14, tend to become the most persistent offenders with the longest criminal careers. Next.
Unfortunately, the issue of abandoned dogs is another one that permeates Hong Kong society. In fact, 5,000 to 7,000 stray dogs are handled annually by the AFCD, and the euthanization rate in Hong Kong stands at an appalling 48%.
In addition, the pandemic has made the abandoned animal crisis worse. Some shelters are at threat or have closed down due to lack of funds with COVID-19.
Next. So what exactly can we do about these problems? Well, our vision is to merge and connect two highly neglected groups in societies to reduce juvenile reoffending, improve mental health and well-being, and reduce the burden of dog shelters.
We have aligned this project with the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular number 3, 10, and 16. These 3 goals will guide the vision of our project and act as a framework to remind us of the wider social impact we aim to achieve.
Next. While I was reading a book called Doing Justice by a U.S. attorney, he mentioned a program called Rikers Rovers, which was a New York 9-week based program that allowed youth inmates to train and raise rescue dogs within the jail walls. This is what has led to the inspiration for this project. We hope to develop discipline, compassion, and responsibility of the youth offenders. Next slide. Starting with our small-scale outcome, we will collaborate with dog rescue shelters to initiate for youth inmates, or youth offenders who are not inmates, to meet with rescue dog shelters on a bi-weekly or weekly basis. One dog is paired with one youth offender so that they can develop a stronger bond over time, in which these visits may take place at rescue shelters or at parks. After evaluation, we will move on to phase 2. Next slide.
On the more medium scale, we will work with rescue shelters' existing adoption procedures for screening candidates, and in doing so, engage these dog rescue shelters and social welfare to enable youth offenders to foster their own rescue dogs.
Next. For our large-scale outcome, which we anticipate will be 8 to 12 months down the line, this is similar to Rikers Rovers, in which a 9-week program will be implemented for youth juvenile centers to train and raise rescue dogs within the jail walls. After our first case study, we will work with law firms that have advocated on behalf of juvenile offenders, which will resolve the issue of visiting inmates. They will be rigorously screened and selected, with the target age being 16 to 17 years old. After the 9 weeks are complete, the dogs are put up for adoption and reintegrated back into society. Next slide.
We know that you want to see the results. Let's take a look at how successful Rikers Rovers was.
Next slide. So one of the CSD members said, "We believe idleness is related to violence. This keeps them busy all day." Next slide. These kids become kids again. They're not in the gang mentality. Next slide.
Knowing this, we have a few key expected benefits, which include improved mental health and well-being among youth offenders, mitigating the prevalent overpopulation of dog rescue shelters, particularly in Hong Kong, reducing youth reoffending and crime, and instilling a sense of discipline, compassion, and responsibility among youth offenders and inmates.
Next.
Our anticipated timeline begins in December 2021 and reaches across to December 2022. We have a lot of flexibility in our approach, so it will be a constant feedback loop.
Next. Now we need your help engaging with stakeholders. This includes the principals, teachers, parents, even the students themselves. Next. These stakeholders range from prison government workers all the way to media and advocates. Next.
Whilst we are foremost prioritizing the creation of different connections, we do also project 30% of our ask into funding and resources.
Next.
We intended to give donations to the most desperate dog shelters in Hong Kong, so we can engage with them to reduce euthanization rates.
We also need funding for outreach and recruitment. We need expertise guidance, and we hope to gain mentors.
Lastly, we aim to gradually transition into a profitable organization, with the proceeds going back into the organization to elevate future activities, which could include educational talks, charitable donations, and the creation of different products and services.
And members of the audience, the most impactful way you can help us is by giving us your vote. Next slide. So before you leave today, I want you to ask yourself, what is my role and responsibility in reducing these issues? We often like to think that it is not our responsibility, but with every neglected...
Thank you.
Well, I'll go first. So I think that's a very strong page, and I'm sure that you can personally resonate a lot about the solutions as a, as an individual who have experience with rescue dogs. So I just want you to make sure that next time when you run that presentation, right, the expect benefit slide, you will be able to take reference to some research papers. I'm sure a lot of you would have done those research papers. And one quick question from my side, I want to clarify. How do you define youth offenders and how do you locate them? Because I think it's easy to locate a rescue dog, but how for the other beneficiaries, how do you locate them?
Yeah, so with our 3-scale outcome, we divided it into youth offenders who are inmates and those who are non-inmates. So for example, those on community service or probation orders. And the way that we hope to engage with them is through these law firms that we want to create connections with, and also through social workers. So the first step is creating those partnerships and trying to engage, I think, firstly with the non-inmate youth offenders for our first.
Yeah, and on that point, I just like to, I think all three of us are very, very heavily invested in that field. That's a field, this is the field that we want to go into in the future. So for example, I've done an internship myself at Haldane's, it's a big law firm in Hong Kong. I think Sophia's done an internship at the Hong Kong High Court, if I'm not mistaken. So we have experience and connections that we can utilize and call upon for this project, because obviously it's a lofty undertaking.
I love the idea. I have a rescue dog myself, but I'm not a youth, unfortunately.
Young at heart.
I love the idea of combining the two. I think the youth really, most of them do like pets a lot. I rarely see a youth afraid of dogs, so that's good news. But I think there's perhaps something that you can build on what you thought about, which is a career opportunity, where these youth who have been convicted of crime, they're probably a little lost. So there's a little risk when they come out of jail. They don't know what they're going to be doing. So potentially there could be an eyes-seen dog training program, or build a career for them, right? In case they want to pursue. And that would really make your impact stronger and measurable. Yeah.
Thank you for feedback, guys.
Right. Thank you, Team 7. Well, thank you on behalf of all the future stray dogs. Team 8. All right, everyone, literally the final pitch before we get a break. So please give them your attention. Bring your mic. Woo! All right. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Melba is a domestic worker living in Hong Kong. She's originally from the Philippines, but she sacrificed her life and family back home to make a good living here. She lives and works in the household of a family of 5, including 2 younger children and 1 grandmother. Every day, Melba wakes up at 4 a.m. to cook meals, clean the house, wash the car, take care of the kids, and run errands. She's given leftover bones and bad meat for food. The kids she helps to tutor swear at her, punch her, and kick her. Melba wants to terminate her contract, but that would also mean terminating her visa, which means she'd have to leave Hong Kong. This is just one of the many stories of domestic helpers that we've interviewed, whose lives are plagued with abuse, discrimination, and mistreatment. Helpers serve as the backbone of Hong Kong's economy. They make up 5% of Hong Kong's population and produce over $100 billion worth of our GDP through their purchasing power and enabling dual parent income. They help so many families in Hong Kong in sacrificing theirs, yet they're some of the most mistreated and abused demographics in Hong Kong. There are 3 key issues in this status quo. Firstly, that there are strong entrenched social norms in Asia, which leads to discrimination and exclusion of domestic workers. This abuse and discrimination that happens in public and in the household is also typically unseen. Next slide.
The second issue that we encounter is a lack of understanding of early dispute prevention. People don't understand how important a strong relationship is for all stakeholders. Strong relationships are extremely beneficial for the well-being of children and helpers, and subsequently the lives of the employers as well.
Last but certainly not least, there is a significant lack of sharing of personal experiences in the social impact market. There are too many confusing statistics and numbers. We think that in order to truly inspire and eliminate social stigma for minorities, their individual human experiences must be shared for people to recognize their struggles and take concrete action.
Next one.
Our vision is to engage the public with the domestic and migrant worker community to fight the stigmatization of domestic workers by sharing their experiences and providing empowerment.
Next one. The idea for Helpers for Helpers started half a year ago in Colorado, as I want to pay homage to my helper Nana, who's taken care of my family for over 20 years. And after sharing over 20 stories, publishing an anthology, and hosting multiple fundraiser and video events, I knew that I had to recruit Tanya and Andre to join upon returning to Hong Kong with their advanced experience in social entrepreneurship and impact. Next one.
Essentially, Helpers for Helpers is a social inclusion initiative that shares the stories of domestic workers and holds events and other projects to empower and improve employer-employee relationships. We have 3 silos of social impact. Firstly, stories, secondly, education, and finally, community events. With stories, we actively engage with the local community to allow people to listen to domestic helpers' experiences and support the voices of the underrepresented. With education, we give routine speeches and sessions informing the wider Hong Kong public on the importance of dispute prevention. And finally, for community events, we partner with NGOs and services to organize hands-on events, for example, our International Youth Day, or our Health for Domestic Workers Leaps events, or also upcoming events like Mixing Bowl and even the UN International Migrant Workers Day event. Next slide, please. And none of this is limited to just the abstract. We've been promoting inclusion with over 100 stories, 10,000 interactions in social media, and 50+ hours of community events and involvement. We've recently formed a coalition with other youth-led minority empowerment initiatives called the Coalition for Minority Empowerment, and that has been recently featured on the World Economic Forum.
So now the genuine question is, how much concrete impact can we make by 2024? We think that given our current trajectory, we can contribute over 500 community hours, share over 1,000 stories, and engage in over 100,000 social media interactions.
So what's our roadmap and how are we looking to expand in the coming year? Firstly, we'll be hosting the first 100% youth-led UN event in Hong Kong, and as well as integrating with the CIS SDG Council, which I'll be spearheading. Next, we'll be implementing a Helpers for Helpers Advisory Council, which basically reconfigures power to primary actors, the helpers, in our decision-making process. Next, pushing for political advocacy in order to enact equitable and inclusion and policies for domestic workers, and after expanding to countries that also have domestic workers like Singapore, India, and Malaysia to implement local helper family chapters. Lastly, we'll be looking at the promotion of blockchain and crypto solutions for financial and legal literacy. As someone that's very invested and a huge advocate for blockchain and crypto technology, I've always thought about how to bring a Web3 system, which is all about reconfiguring value to the users and putting a huge emphasis on community in order to provide inclusion and equality for minorities. By using smart contract technology with blockchain, which is kind of like a digital contract that cannot be interfered or manipulated with by any central authority or party, things like wages, payment deadlines, and other clauses can be exploited. And even more, because it's peer-to-peer and requires no central authority, this means that we can cut out employment agencies from the process, meaning that all the value and all the money stays between the employer and the helper. This is just one of the many examples of how crypto and blockchain can improve financial literacy and empowerment for domestic workers. Next slide. So it's no surprise that we're going for the inclusion. But why do we need this award and what will we do with the prize? With the global and local exposure that we'll get from the award, we aim to connect with global organizations like the World Humanitarian Forum and other grants from the UN, and also expanding our exposure to our cause within the Hong Kong community. Lastly, helping us to find mentors and guidance to achieve political advocacy and implement those crypto and blockchain solutions that I've been talking about. For us to be able to achieve the inclusion and equality that we're fighting for so desperately today, we need your support, we need your advocacy, and we need your votes. So please, help us help others.
Yeah, thank you for the sharing and presentation. I do think that's a very good idea and an achievable idea that can be achieved at different scale. You don't need to impact everyone, but you can start it anytime as you want. And I would love to see the projects and follow the page as well. I just want to tap on your intelligence about the decentralized finance part, right? Can you illustrate a bit more about you plan to use the technology to sort of help them to avoid being interest being taken by the agency, right? Is it what you mean?
Yeah, so in nature, blockchain is very decentralized, right? That means that we don't have any central authority, like any banks or any governments that control the currencies, that control the contract. And what this means is because it's peer-to-peer, with no central authority, that means that all of these extra fees on top that agencies typically take with employment are completely cut out of the equation, which means that more of the money and the value just stays between the helper and the employer. So that cuts out the fees, and that's just a beneficial thing. One of the many benefits of centralization.
On that subject, I'm not sure it's a good idea to try to aim to cut out the agency as a goal. They have their values, right? There are bad agencies, no doubt, but there are also very good agencies. It's a very process-intensive thing to hire foreign workers to Hong Kong, and then you have to conduct all the due diligence as well in the process. So, some agencies, no doubt, are very bad, but I think the objective is not to rule out their existence. It's trying to probably expose the bad ones, I would say. If you would have blockchains and all that to track the process, but it's not a good idea for all the both working parents to have to deal with this process on their own. And of course, if you can invent some kind of behavior tracking, detecting worse behavior like hitting the helpers or something, that would be great. Or maybe a centralized system where they can share some bad experiences amongst themselves. So if they're moving from an employer to another employer, they can then check, or there's a database, or you can blockchain it to see whether this employer is actually not a good target boss to work for, something like that.
All right, thank you. Because I love the attention, I'll speak with 3 mics at the same time. Just too lazy to put it down. All right, everyone, thank you so much for your contribution by sticking around and voting. We are on break until 3:50, 3:50. Then we're going to have a LinkedIn youth panel. So please take lots of pictures in the back using our SDG wall and UNITAR wall, and feel free to move the chairs to take better pictures. See you in a bit. kind of do the multi anything. But yeah, thank you so much for coming. Really, honestly, I really do look forward to college school because for me, I have a soft spot for kids from all different backgrounds. And I think they all need that experience. Like the same projects on, diversity, inclusion, equity. I think that you, we are. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, we are very. So what's that? There's a permit program. So over time, we train them for SDGs, and then they find the purpose, and then we develop the project for research. So that's to them, whatever. And you take breaks. So yeah, feel free to stick around for this.
one thing I've seen ESG decentralized finance. We have actually
即係佢哋而家係用 scratch 佢嘅 service which 係好好啦，我哋就非常之有意義。係，我完咗之後咧，係上市嘅一啲，我其實我比較爽嘅，係互相佢哋我覺得而家呢個真係。 browser version. Oh. Okay.
No, I'm a teacher. French international. Yeah, my students. So you're a parent? It's good. It's a great event. Exactly. I'm working with sustainable development goals, with big topics like the UN programs, stuff for them. So, what school you go? Bonjour. C'est vous maintenant? Lisa, this is your turn right now.
Is this okay as
What's this thing? That's our generation.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Our generation side.
Why not? Other than that.
Gen Z is. This, I'm just not sure how people are very good opportunity to connect with all over the world and when it's not central answer. But again, it's confusing. No, I just follow the conversation. Because I think it's more. Whatever. If you think it's fine, it's fine. I'm not going to be aware of some challenge. When you were
Yeah.
Much more daring. Very great to see youngsters being so much ready to do something forward. It's great. 여기가 저거.差不多，差不多。我觉得替我这个。哦，好嘅，開始。我哋冇。係啊，我哋好似做 gym 嗰啲咧，喺度收藏。是手上冇錯，唔係，即係而家我真係學校，即係準備，我哋準備開學。喂，我冇諗到可以咁考。唔好意思 ，sorry。
Okay. Everyone, can we kindly ask you to take seats, please, so we can get started? Thank you so much. Do you not read Ethan's email, people? Yeah, because it was delayed. Please, I'm sorry. I would rather listen to you first. All right. Thank you so much. I hope you guys got to stretch your legs a little, meet some new friends. Right? How is it? So, yeah, we are very honored today to welcome Mr. Ivan Wong, who was helping us judge earlier. He's also the public sector head of North Asia. He's going to give a bit of a talk on future of work, and we're going to bring on some youth members because everything we do at UNITAR is youth-led or youth co-designed. So, Ivan, off to you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Kenneth, and hello everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon section, the late afternoon. Well, I know there's a bit of delay on the schedule, so I wouldn't take long because I think people were, hoping to do their presentation as soon as possible as well. Again, my name is Ivan. I look after the public sector business at a company that a lot of you just mentioned in your presentation, LinkedIn. I'm really glad and appreciate to see a lot of you hoping people to reach out to you over LinkedIn. And LinkedIn wasn't even there when I was in my high school. So it's a good chance for us to be connected through such a platform. So I don't have a subject for today, but when I was preparing on what I want to tell you, I was thinking about my intentions on what kind of message I want to deliver today to lots of aspiring high school students here. So I want to give you some hopes. Actually, that's my intention of being here today. Well, this is not a typical audience group that I would deliver sharing with. For the past year, because of COVID, because of the change of workforce, I was invited to a lot of occasions to really be sharing or telling stories to the working adults to ask them to stay calm. Because the world is not abandoning them, and they will still, have a place in the future of work or the future world. Well, every time when I do those sharings, I need to go with a bit of alcohol because I'm not really telling the truth. From what we are seeing, right? Because I think whenever I go to an occasion with this, I wasn't expecting so much working adult in the occasion today. So I hope that wouldn't shock you. But what we are seeing is, over 50% of jobs will be eliminated before 2030. If someone who is currently in the workforce doesn't really upskill themselves, perhaps by 2030, they wouldn't be a part of the workforce anymore. So this is for the adult part. Well, for you, you're different and you should be exciting, and I'll tell you what I see. So when it comes to career path, right, there are two big categorization that we usually refer to for career path, right? If you intend to be doing your own things, like what you were telling about your stories and your ventures, we will generalize those as an entrepreneur. And you should be really excited if you plan to be an entrepreneur for tomorrow. A lot of you have mentioned ideas such as decentralizations, Web 3.0. So these are trends that we are seeing in a post-pandemic world, that a lot of resources are going to give back to individuals, right? In the past, when you were trying to run a business, you have to rely very heavily on some platforms, Amazon, payment gateway. But like what someone mentioned in the sharing just now, I think Good Aid mentioned about decentralized finance, right? You have much autonomy and authority as an individual entrepreneur in the future. So you should really be excited about that if you plan to be an entrepreneur. But if you plan to be, serving in a resourceful corporate environment as what we call an entrepreneur, you should also be excited because we're seeing more and more jobs coming out that are emphasizing on empowerment, empathy, and giving you self-dignities and work-life balance as well. This is what we are seeing from an employer perspective when they design their jobs. And we're also going to see a very distributed workforce by 2030. This is what we're seeing. The three trends that we see, trends that we're seeing for distributed workforce include remote workforce, independent workers, and skills-based hiring. So I think remote workforce and independent workers are something pretty clear. I'm not going to go into details, but for skills-based hiring is what we are seeing, being picked up during the last 6 months. So based on our observation as the world's largest employment platform, right, what we were seeing is over the last 6 months, 78% of hiring, people decide whether to hire the person or not based on their skills instead of their education background or their experience. This is what we are seeing. And one of the skills with the highest uptake is actually what we call generalized as green skills. And I think that's pretty easy to resonate with a lot of SDG goals. And I do have some statistics about green skills. We are seeing a surge of demand in people who have solid understanding on environmental policy, sustainable procurement. A lot of you mentioned about those fast fashion industries, ecosystem management, environmental remediation, and sustainability research. So these are skills, with demand growing over 100% year on year. So I'm sure that what you're learning here, what you're picking up through such a program will actually be contributing a lot to your future career, whichever entrepreneur or entrepreneur path that you want to embark. And so just to wrap up with my quick sharing and go into the panel sharing, right? So I think when you want to be a problem solver, you need to see the problem first, and the curiosity to locate the problem is what we need the most. And don't compare yourself with others. If you were asked about who do you want to be some days, right? I hope that you can tell people that you want to be the change that you want to see. So with that, I will invite some of the guests to the stage to run the panel sharing together with me.
Yeah. So if you see your name on the screen, yes, that means you have to come up, people. So are any of these three here? You gotta be. Let's give them a round of applause. Woo! Dang, you're strong. All right, mics. Go. One more for you. All right, so we're good now. Okay, all right.
Well, I had my self introduction. Why don't you, go ahead and perhaps introduce yourself as well?
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Edgar. I'm here representing an initiative called Spark Debate. So effectively, we hold debate tournaments for local youth in Hong Kong, and the proceeds go to Amnesty International to help support the fight for human rights. We actually recently had a tournament in, I believe, October, and that was quite a success. But because of COVID, it was obviously online, so there were some logistical problems. But we're still very proud, and we're going to carry on with this for as long as we can.
So hi everyone, my name is Natalie. Yeah, I'm a year 11 student at German Swiss International School, and my SDG passion lies in goal 3, good health and well-being, and goal 10, reduce inequality. So I actually started my own project called USYF, which advocates for disability and inclusion by combining the two. And also, I've recently joined our Learning Planet Youth Council, which is where we come together on a monthly basis to create ideas and produce projects to advance the SDGs. From a youth perspective. So yeah, that's great. And today we're going to be talking about how the SDGs are becoming more ubiquitous in every aspect of our lives, including work.
Hi everyone, my name is Ivana Kelsey, and I'm from Chinese International School. I'm the president of an environmental organization within my school called Drop in the Ocean, and we aim to inspire students to create more environmental activism and stand up for not only the people, like our community, but for our planet. So we have these subgroups all focus on different aspects of sustainability. So systemic activism, community gardening, and beach cleanups. And I overlook all of the 3 substrands, but also try to engage more with students and systematic activism with our student leaders and our principal, the principal of our school. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to be a very lazy moderator here, basically listening. So I didn't come with a specific question, but I think you guys have questions for each other to actually help more about what you want. So I want to hear from you, as a first question, right? As you involved in so many engagements and projects recently, do you happen to see more problems or answers to things that are happening around us?
So as students, obviously our perspective on the future of work is going to be limited. I think that is actually what makes our perspective as students more valuable, the fact that they're somewhat unique. In terms of problems, obviously the COVID-19 pandemic has severely not only affected, but it also acts, I'd say, as a turning point for how people are likely to approach workplaces going forward. So you see that COVID-19 has actually acted as a catalyst for triggering things like a work from home culture, a greater shift away from traditional workplaces, and a more flexible work schedule. You see this in the rise of, for example, influencers during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think these are oftentimes, there are oftentimes solutions to problems that are created, and people adapt to those problems as they go along.
Well, do they, as you mentioned, right, you're seeing the problems, do they excite you or do they stress you?
I think when I enter the workplace, I will probably be a lot more stressed about these problems. But of course, seeing these problems, they do affect all of us in some way. They affect the economy, they affect the way society functions. So of course, there's a bit of stress, but also there's a lot of reward that comes from being able to solve these issues.
Yeah. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to ask a question.
Okay, so, Avani, what motivated you to make such contributions towards sustainability as a president of Drop in the Ocean?
So I started developing a passion for environmental activism around 3 years ago. And Ditto is actually what inspired me at first in middle school. And now I'm the leader for the organization. And as young people, the reason why I'm like so engaged with sustainability is because I believe as young people, the ecological crisis will be on the forefront of our lives for the future. And like you can see this within like companies and corporations nowadays, we're just seeing like the little first aspects of it, where they address that like youth have been pressuring, especially in the West, for companies to put sustainable activism on the forefront of their mission statements or their ideology, or then they won't support them. And so I believe it's very important to take sustainable activism into account and also in like a systemic part of you. And that's why I knew that I wanted to engage with Ditto, because Ditto has so much engagement with our student leaders and the community in CIS. So I knew I could make good sustainable change if I joined and tried to make an impact through this group.
That's great, thanks.
So now I have a question for Natalie. Natalie, as you've been doing work concerning reducing inequality and promoting good health and well-being, how do you think the SDGs play a role in influencing the future of work?
So as mentioned before, I've done work in my local community and based around reducing inequalities and good health and well-being. And on top of that, we've also provided educational workshops to disadvantaged youth and special needs children. And I believe that these two SDGs that we just mentioned are key influencers in the future of work. So firstly, let's think about reducing inequalities. I think that now, more than ever, because of the growing population, global employment challenges are becoming more and more prevalent. And so in developing countries, poverty is pervasive and informal economies account for a large part of the population, a large proportion of employment. And so I think these challenges are particularly affecting minority groups like women, youth, and marginalized groups. And this is where we can see that inequalities are becoming prevalent. So I think it is relatively clear that the future of work might have a focus on empowering disadvantaged groups. This could be by the implementation of national policies. And outside of that, I think it's also important that we cultivate an understanding and sense of equality within the community as well, which is what I try to do with USYL. And then also good health and well-being. I think the immediate link between good health and well-being and the future of work isn't as obvious, but I think that there's the aspect of health and safety in the workplace. I think that, over 2.3 million workers die every year from work-related injuries or diseases, which is harmful on an individual level, but also on a national economic scale. And so I think a large part of the future of work will be improving working conditions and safety. Yeah.
Also, I just want to add, every year we see like even increasing rates of youth unemployment. And I think I think that's a very important part to address, other than just in disadvantaged communities, also in disadvantaged like countries, also in more economically sufficient countries as well.
Yeah, I think that ties in with reducing inequalities and minority groups. And I think also with COVID-19, youth unemployment and the lack of education and training is becoming more prevalent as well.
One more question, please. That's it.
Any questions for
We
Edgar?
also have a question for Edgar. So Edgar, as you work together with Amnesty International, how do you think the future of work can better include refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants?
So, okay, so obviously I think the first step that needs to be taken is a change in the way that we approach discourse regarding refugees and asylum seekers. Because if you look at a lot of the political discourse that surrounds these kinds of people, it's usually demeaning. It's usually discourse talking about how we can best shift the blame or how we can best like push refugees into another country. And I think that is very counterproductive to the way in which the future of work can actually approach these people. I think the first step is honestly just to have more sympathy, to have more empathy for people who are often pushed into crises beyond their own reasonable control. Look at the approach that Germany has towards refugees. They have a tagline like "You're shocking us," or like we can manage that. I think that is a very noble sort of tagline to have in a very noble mission statement towards how we approach refugees. But secondly, I think secondly, I think the next important step ought to be not looking at these refugees or asylum seekers as economic deadweights, but more looking at how we can better create more job opportunities that open up and take advantage of their unique skill sets. So we have a large problem that these refugees often face. It's not just that when they're in another country, they can't find jobs, but all the while in the interim, their job skill sets actually stagnant. They find it difficult to assimilate to different work cultures. They don't speak the language. Their employers might not recognize their own work credentials. I think these are all reasons why it might be very difficult for refugees to actually assimilate into another country, into their nation. And for all these reasons, I think we need to really seriously rethink how they're able to like create more opportunities and change the discourse surrounding these kinds of people.
Right, thank you very much for sharing. I'll just very quickly wrap up before we move over to the next session. So, I mean, promoting, I love to hear all of your answers about diversity, inclusion, and belongings, right? Promoting inclusive workplace is also our primary goal at LinkedIn as the world's largest employment platform. So, what we see is that lots of people are doing that, thinking that, you know, we're doing that for good. We're doing that for the benefit of others, right? So this is not the way that we see it at LinkedIn while we promote inclusive workplace. We don't do it for good. We don't do it just to make others' life better or easier because we are seeing them in the best situation or best scenario. So what we are seeing or what we are feeling here is that an inclusive workplace will actually help with the productivity, the performance of the company. Because people, when they come from different backgrounds, having different mindset that get it together in one environment, right? They will actually spark a lot of ideas and a lot of great things together. So promoting inclusive workplace or countries or things that you actually mentioned, right? It's not just about doing it for good. It's actually about doing it for the benefit of the extended community and organization. And with that, I think we need to move on to the next sessions, right? Thank you very much for the time and round of applause for the time to listen.
You. And if you haven't joined LinkedIn yet, this is your chance. Right, back to the exciting pitching. All right, as I try to not awkwardly move these really heavy chairs out of the way. Give me a team 9. Come on out. Woo! It's like a workout when it's over. All right. You're patient. Oh, look at Sorry. All right, before we have one more expert with us, Ms. Jean Chen. Please give her a round of applause. All right, she is my mentor. Wow, in so many different ways, but she is a philanthropist, right, at heart, and she's my mentor in the Wharton group. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. All right, ready, Team 9, to visualize a better future for all. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
You may hear about the importance of sustainability every day, but do you actually know what it is? Can you visualize it? Well, let's find out. Hello, we are Visualize, a student platform aimed to promote sustainable development through art.
Our vision is to create a platform for youth that raises awareness and incites initiative about sustainable development through photography. We believe in the phrase, "A picture is worth 1,000 words," and that a photograph can communicate a message more effectively and more profoundly than a written word.
But what is the problem? Where are we starting from? Well, according to a survey held in Hong Kong in 2018, only 14.5% of youth actually know what the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are. This statistic is terrifying, considering the fact
of how important the SDGs are to our future. It reflects a lack of education in schools. It reflects a lack of conversation in our peer groups. And also it reflects that our method of teaching the SDGs are just too limited. People don't feel like they can contribute to change. They don't feel a sense of individual responsibility.
But our team does feel this individual responsibility, and it's where we plan to implement Visualize. Visualize will be a platform set to approach a topic of sustainability from a more human perspective by sharing photographs that will implement the SDGs, by raising awareness, by connecting youth, and by creating initiatives. Visualize will be a safe place where we write these real human experiences.
And that's why photography is our medium of choice, because it can connect people to stories. You could write in detail all you want about nature or the environment changing, but if a photograph can make someone see that in an instant, then it's much more direct and powerful.
So how will Visualize present itself? How does it work? So the photographs will be categorized into 3 pillars of the SDG, which would be economic, environmental, and social SDGs. Then Visualize would form an online photograph gallery where users would be taken to an imitation of a live exhibition that allows users to appreciate the photographs and become more emotionally vulnerable to the topic at hand. And thirdly, if depending on the user, photographs can have a short text providing context for the image, the SDG presented, or the initiative being put forward. So this is the essence of Visualize, but can we take it a step further?
Yes, we can. Through our roadmap, we want to show you how Visualize can extend beyond the screen. So first of all, our first steps are launching our platform, of course, and then collecting pictures and implementing the ambassador program. Collecting pictures is simple. It's asking around our social groups, hey, do you want to provide the first content and photographs for Visualize? Then, with the ambassador program, we will legitimize our platform by having professional activists for sustainability and photographers input their own work and show younger youth how they have achieved social change through photography. Then, we will go to schools ourselves and start curating people around sustainability and art by mounting micro exhibition in schools and showing the other students, hey, this is what other youth have been doing and you can do it too. Just want them to visualize. And finally, with that ongoing momentum, we can grow into larger scale exhibitions and even open ourselves to the world of adults where we can showcase to them how we've been achieving sustainability and connecting people. Through it all, we would have created a safe haven, not only virtually, but also physically for sharing and learning.
So who are we targeting? Our target demographic is East and Hong Kong, specifically ages 50 to 24, which in 2021 represents a population of around 300,000 people. Not only are we trying to draw in students who already have initiatives and photographs that they wish to promote, but we're also trying to tackle that 85.5% of students that are unaware of the Sustainable Development Goals.
So who is our competition? Primarily our competition are social media accounts on social media platforms such as Instagram, who will post about pictures about sustainability and about development and about the environment, and the goal of also raising awareness. But how are we different? Visualize differentiates itself from these accounts by being a platform set to be more artistically curated and truly centered around learning with the art of photography. But we do not only recognize our competition, we also learn from them. Social media is a great platform and a tool to make sure that we can gain a wider audience quicker. That is why Visualize will engage on Instagram and on other social media platforms to gain a wider audience.
And by 2024, we aim to have impacts such as 20% of youth to have visited Visualize in Hong Kong, 10,000 photographs and initiatives uploaded on Visualize, and to showcase these achievements tangibly through large-scale exhibitions as we said. Through all of this, we can effectively begin to incite change.
So who are we? Who's behind all of this? Our team comprises of high school students who come from diverse backgrounds and have different study aims. Alyssa's aiming for scientific studies, Annabelle for global studies, and me for artistic studies. But so we have quite different aims, but we're definitely united by one fact. We believe in Visualize and in the SDGs.
And you should believe in Visualize too. That's why we will
want your help and we want to ask from you 3 simple things. First, tech support to help grow our platform. Second, investment for more visibility. And third, we want to ask that you share your connections with us to galleries, universities, anything that can help us grow. Next slide, please. So finally, back to our initial question. Can you visualize change? Well, now you can. Thank you and vote for us.
Hi, I'm Jean. Can I ask a question? So I think it's a very interesting idea. So it's more about raising awareness, your platform, right? It's not about raising funds. It's more about raising awareness on SDGs for the 85.5% of the youth who's unaware of SDGs. That being said, you know how on social media or how do you know there's no plagiarism or when people upload, there's no copyrights and stuff? That's one thing you should consider.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to verify.
Of course, well, the people submitting their photographs to our platform will, of course, have their pictures fully credited to them, and we will give them copyright to their photographs, make sure that no one plagiarizes them, and we don't take advantage of that either.
No, I'm actually saying the author who posted it is actually taken from someone else, because sometimes I'm saying that one of the biggest thing of using a platform is to ensure that you think about like maybe adding a liability terms or something on the website.
Of course, of course. There'll be restrictions, of course, to giving photographs. Of course, they have to promote the SDGs, or they have to share initiatives, problems linked to the SDGs, and also make sure that these are photographs that they have taken themselves. They can provide proof, and like we said, they have to provide also a short text about how they acquired this photograph and what is the inspiration behind it, what is the SDG for that kind of contact info to them. So these people would be opening themselves up to this platform, and it'll be harder for them to just plagiarize. And if we ever do get information about a photograph being plagiarized, then we'll need to be taken down.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment, which I think is not only for you guys, but for all the teams to keep in mind that any goals should have targets, right? Goals, sustainable development goals should have targets, and you have to have metrics to get to those targets. So I want to ask you, what are you trying to achieve? How many lives are you trying to impact, and who are you trying to impact at all?
Well, the idea at first when I started this project was to have these large-scale exhibitions as the final goal. But once I realized that through this wide-scale exhibition, we would be curating a community of sorts around photography and sustainability, I realized there's so much we can do with that. And so although that one goal is to have those exhibitions, it would also be to extend it forward and as our platform grows to develop more and more goals, because that can't always be the end point. There must always be development.
Just a very quick one. Is it like a Pinterest for SDG in that case? Can I conclude that by saying, such a tagline? Would that make sense?
I see how in the whole gallery concept could be reflects Pinterest, but I feel like Pinterest is more in the sense of take what you like, save it, and then don't really look at it again. Whereas here, we really, when you click on a photograph, we want to showcase the story behind it. A photograph is always accompanied by a story, a message, and it should go further than that.
Yeah, so just a final remark, comment about what I just said. Bear in mind, when you do something, you must have an end goal in mind, right? And then you're going to build your process towards achieving those goals. So you must have a targeted set of audience, a set of goals that you're trying to achieve, number of lives you're trying to impact, or a number of one of these 17 goals that you're trying to achieve, and then you're going to get there, right? So having an exhibition is a process, it's not a goal, right? So hopefully it's not just for you guys, but for all the teams I've heard so far. We must keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wow, up next, Team 10, KG5. Woo! Right. Ready? Right, 3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur and I'm the founder of SDGXED.
My name is Tinshi.
And I'm Tanisha.
We're students from KG5 and we form the core team of SDG leaders here at SDGXED. I'd like to ask the question, why are we all here today? For us at SDGXEDU, the reason lies in hearing innovation from up-and-coming generations, the youth, students like us. And youth empowerment is the core of our presentation today. This past year, SDGXEDU has been working on a framework for SDG education implementation into high school curriculum. Next slide, please.
Our vision statement is education for empowerment, not for dictation. Next slide. Thus, the SDGs we will be primarily targeting are Goal 4, quality education, Goal 11, sustainable communities, and Goal 17, partnership for the goals.
Now let's take a step back for a second and introduce the puzzle. Modern day education is exam oriented. Of course, especially in education of middle school years, there is an investment into personal studies classes. But in many schools, these classes stop once students enter high school. The result is a lack of return, an opportunity that could be capitalized.
On the other hand, there is a push of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which brings us to youth empowerment. Exam-centric curricula aren't particularly humane in the sense of living a life fulfilled. More importantly, though, it is essential to incubate a generation of passionate, action-oriented global citizens to ensure that our methods of ensuring sustainability are sustainable themselves. Putting 2 and 2 together, this is where the issue lies. Educational institutes today center around exam-oriented and temporary curricula, when instead they should be emphasizing youth empowerment through partnership of the SDGs. In fact, these results from the survey demonstrate that only 18% of a sample of 60 KG5 students are at least somewhat familiar with the SDGs. This is a problem. How can we work towards a habitable future planet when the future of our planet isn't aware of our current global efforts to do so? Next slide.
Evidently, SDG education is crucial because we need to emphasize sustainability in the early stages of our youth learning experience.
Next slide. So what's our solution? Our initiative, SDGXED, provides an easily integral curriculum framework that ingrains SDGs into youth education and introduces methods of innovation that students can use to develop their own projects. Quality education mandates SDG education. SDG education necessitates quality education. SDGXEDU provides a framework for both to be achieved.
So what exactly does this framework entail? Our core team at KG5 has tailor-made lessons for each of the SDGs, as well as some that discuss new cutting-edge technologies, digital transformation, and social entrepreneurship. These lessons will be an amalgamation of globally sourced resources and handcrafted material developed by the student experts themselves. These lessons are openly available on the SDGXEDU website, sdgxedu.org. Next slide, please. From there, SDG leaders are recruited through connections or applications on the website. The SDG leaders will be responsible for recruiting and inspiring other students to join an SDG club within their school. The SDG clubs are filled with student experts who will teach the curated SDG lessons to younger years.
So in order to do this though, they would need to find methods to implement the SDGXEDU curriculum into their school. In KG5, we have done so by pitching to and gaining permission from the principal as well as relevant department heads to integrate these lessons into the PSHE, personal, social, health, and economic classes for year 7 to 9 students.
The SDG works at a variety of levels, including the governmental and national levels, but this excludes the community level. This is why school communities need to be targeted. After all, we need to engage all primary actors and cultivate a collective identity in order for truly impactful change. Through this youth-led peer-to-peer method, SDGXEDU encourages student agency.
The SDG clubs that will be formed across multiple high schools will then be able to form a wider team of SDG champions who can collaborate to make timely updates to the lesson plans and new ideas for teaching material. This curriculum also involves a capstone project after all these lessons have been delivered, where students will be able to have the opportunity to gather in groups of 6 to 8 students according to the SDG they feel interested in the most,
and develop their own youth-led SDG initiative to demonstrate the knowledge and the awareness that they have accumulated.
Next slide, please. In order to incentivize the development of these youth-led initiatives, we will introduce them to competitions like Jumpstarter HK, where they can pitch their ideas and gain recognition. All the initiatives that arise from SDGX EDU will also be featured on the website, creating an impact community bred with youth-led developments. Next slide. Course graduates will be able to volunteer to form the next cohort of student leaders who will run the lessons the next year, and thus SDGX EDU will be able to run continually within the same schools for years to come.
Next slide. So what have we done so far? So next slide. Thus far, lessons on each of the SDGs have been created. This slide illustrates aspects of our lesson on SDG 1. As you can see here, there's a living on $1 trailer. Students can also play an online poverty simulation to truly experience how difficult it is to survive and afford basic living expenses given an income below the poverty line. The images here are also used to discuss poverty in the context of Hong Kong, namely subdivided flats and cage homes. And next slide, please. As mentioned before, we've also piloted several lessons at KG5. Next slide.
So with all that said, what is the roadmap for the future of SDGX EDU? We hope to be able to migrate our curriculum to a virtual platform where pre-recorded and pre-established lessons allow students to go through each lesson at their own pace and in their own time. Next slide, please. Through this, we hope to not only make SDGX EDU more accessible, but to also individualize learning for each student. Technology to achieve this already exists thanks to companies like 4 Little Trees, which utilizes artificial intelligence to automatically assess and modify students' learning progress according to the analysis of students' answers in the system and emotion detection, and motivate students and drive them to regain interest and confidence through curated rewards and games.
Next slide, please. We also hope to partner with several NGOs and social enterprises to provide students with guidance and expertise during the development stages of their projects. Next slide, please. We would also need to make strides in contacting other students to implement SDGX EDU in their schools. Our target for 2024 is to reach 12 other schools in Hong Kong, gather over 4,000 students to be a part of SDGX EDU, hopefully giving rise to over 200 newly developed youth initiatives. Although we have started as a grassroots initiative, we also aim to scale SDGX EDU internationally. We plan to achieve this.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, mentees, mentors.
Thank you for the presentation. I think the idea would work. I just want to check in on how many curriculums that you have for now and how many that you plan to develop, and also on the quality assurance of the curriculum as well.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So currently we have 17 lessons, one for each of the SDGs, and we also have 2 more. One that introduces and uses the children to the SDGs. So the first lesson we're actually planning to integrate an app called the Impact Game, and this is essentially appealing to younger students, and they can do activities and collaborate with each other. And this app sort of it gamifies the SDG, so people can only go, let's say, do the SDG 13 lesson if it's completed some of the SDG 1 part.
Hi, I think it's an interesting initiative, but I think ultimately kind of resonating, what other panelists are saying. I see that the biggest impact of this is really one, quality control, as you talked about that. And do you have any metrics of actually measuring how effective your curriculum is and then actually revising it as you go? Because, it could be, because it's a kind of a pilot at the moment, right? So for example, right now you're piloting at KG5. So how do you know the students are actually learning? And how do you actually, because sometimes it's passive learning versus actually creating student agency. I guess that's how you create an impact, right?
Yeah,
So
I think our method for quality assurance is to observe the youth-led initiatives that actually arise from SDGX EDU. And so if we can see that these youth-led initiatives are struggling to fulfill or find a purpose, then we can make timely updates. So actually, our plan for making these updates is to expand SDGX EDU to other schools. So we can create a network of SDG leaders within SDGX EDU. and they can come together and sort of collaborate to make suggestions and take in feedback from the students that are part of our course.
But is it an open platform that people, so let's say you're scaling up to other schools, is it kind of an open platform that people can make changes to the curriculum? How do you manage that process? Because it could get kind of messy. And then, as you know, you mentioned about the passing the torch to the next while you guys graduate. I mean, I think you're phasing for this to scale up and really expand. It really relates not just to partnering with NGOs, but really partnering with school leaders, even government. Sorry, is it core curriculum or is it kind of an extracurricular at the moment?
So it's replacing some of the PSHE lessons that Jinji mentioned before. So it'd be considered part of the core curriculum. Yeah.
Okay, so I think one of the hurdle will be getting other schools to turn it into a core curriculum rather than extracurricular. No, interesting concept, but I think there's things to iron out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. COP26 was a boom. So I would love to see how Hong Kong youth will actually get us out of the climate change fiasco. No better than carbon neutral team, as the team implies. Come on up. And please do hold the mic like closer to, because or else doesn't really help. Okay, thank you. I'm just loud. I don't need a mic. Right? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening. My name is Jason Chu. And I'm Ethan Yap. And before I begin, I'd like to thank UNITAR and Standard Port for the opportunity to speak here today. Next slide. The environment is deteriorating yearly at an alarming rate. Humans need to create a sense of urgency and action in order for the future of the human race to have a better life. Some of the issues are carbon emissions, human consumption, the melting of ice caps and permafrost, record high temperatures around the world, and deforestation. So a little bit about me. I would like to give you a story about why I started carbon neutral. One night whilst devouring a bag of scrumptious chocolates and binge watching a new TV show on Netflix, I looked outside the window and looked at the famed night skyline of Hong Kong. I looked at all the lights, they were beautiful, but at what cost? In Hong Kong, these are fossil fuels such as gas, nuclear, and coal, and that's a lot of carbon emissions. I have been completely oblivious to the world around me. Living in a place like Hong Kong, we can easily insulate ourselves from the issues of climate change. We live comfortably in our homes with access to all our luxuries. As someone who is as privileged as myself, I realize that I have the responsibility to make a difference. We have the opportunity to explore and help find solutions to these issues. So, who is behind carbon neutral? Our team compromises of highly qualified, skilled, and exceptional people who are passionate about supporting all youth to innovate / find ways to tackle the climate crisis. Next slide. The purpose of carbon neutral is to survey existing frontier technologies already operational in the world, exploring them through the youth perspective, and most importantly, finding which ones can be implemented by Hong Kong youth for Hong Kong. Next slide. Our SDGs are number 9, industry, innovation, infrastructure, number 11, sustainable cities and communities, and number 13, climate action. And we structure our approach to every one of our projects through these 3 SDGs. Next slide. Our first project is tree planting, where we utilize the most ancient method of carbon sequestration to allow youth to get hands-on experience in helping the world reach net zero. Did you know that satellite imaging is currently being used across the globe to identify places which are in need of trees? Did you know that blockchain solutions are being used to securely track trees to ensure transparency in charity donations? The world of tree planting is implementing many new technologies and nature-based solutions in order to tackle the issue of carbon emissions. On the right here are some collage of some photos of the process that I have undertaken to plant trees in Hong Kong. So firstly, I went to a site visit at ArcEden, a local NGO in Hong Kong that specializes in environmental reforestation. And then secondly, I visited a site where they planted trees. And thirdly, I grabbed a couple of friends and we planted over 100 trees. Next slide. In our next project, we plan to plant seaweed in Hong Kong. You might be wondering, why seaweed? Seaweed also captures carbon
but in the sea. This method of carbon sequestration has never been implemented in Hong Kong yet, and we aim to be the first group that does so. Additionally, after growing the seaweed, we aim to use it to feed cattle and work with companies to produce seaweed textiles.
So what has been our impact so far? Through our tree planting, we planted over 400 trees in Hong Kong, gathered over 20 volunteers together from all different schools. We have also been involved in 8 different conferences and global articles, and as well as we've built a team with members from all across Asia, such as Japan, India, and Shanghai.
Looking at our roadmap, what do we plan to do next year? By next year, we plan to engage with NGOs and industry professionals to get our seaweed project down and rolling. By March, we want to get trees planted by our global stakeholders in Shanghai, Japan, and India. And by May, when we both graduate, we hope to pass the torch on to younger members of Carbon Neutral.
Finally, to end off, a call to action. For way too long, humankind has cruised on a neutral gear towards the road of climate change. This needs to change now. Carbon Neutral was born to shift the gears and answer the youth's call to achieving a more sustainable future through accelerating net zero ambitions. Youth need to step up and create their own initiatives. They should seek to collaborate with social enterprises and to carry out their initiatives to the fullest extent, and this will greatly contribute to creating a more sustainable future for all.
Thank you for listening. If you would like to find out more about Carbon Neutral, you can find out more on our website, carbonneutralworld.org, or on our Instagram account, Carbon Neutral Page. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I mean, I don't like the part that you incorporate a lot of your personal story into the presentation. I think that resonates a lot. I just got a quick question, which might sound like very much like an outsider. Is tree planting something governed by different governments or policies? Because you mentioned about your path down the road is actually to even do it in the Southeast Asia. I'm not sure about Hong Kong. I'm not sure about other countries as well. Do they govern such activities?
Absolutely. Especially in Hong Kong, there's like very specific species that are only being able to be planted in Hong Kong. So we have to actually go through the whole process of buying the trees and then letting the government inspect the trees, and then we can go plant the trees with government officials watching us. So that's a very governed process actually.
Carbon Neutral is a very big name, Jason. And I do expect more than seaweeds that you're doing. We're very much behind on reaching our carbon targets, as you know. What sort of impact are you looking at achieving? Because you briefly touched on how you're going to, the ideas that you have, but how are you going to get there? And how many tons of carbon CO2 are you expecting to reduce over a period of time?
Absolutely. So the way we want to further impact is firstly, because as we are year 13 students, we're going to be graduating, we're going to leave in May. So we want to obviously pass down to the year 12s, year 11s, those who haven't started a project or those who haven't been participating in environmental sort of groups, and we want to educate them and let them know how important these issues are, because I don't think they understand the full extent of how important it is to get hands-on and do get hands dirty basically with all this work. So I think that's the main way we're going to structure impact, and as well as hopefully offsetting all carbon emissions that they produce probably as a student.
And as you get to the workforce, I hope you keep an eye on the Northern Metropolis project, because there's a lot of carbon credits that can be created on this project. And you guys are in the perfect position to drive that advocacy in there.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So simple truth, if you can take public transport, please take public transport. That's my way of contributing. And since I'm not flying, I have no carbon to offset. So up next, oh wow, props. Are you bringing me clothes? I thought I said I don't need more clothes. Wow, fantastic. Oh, whoa. Where would you like this? Right here. Ready? Oh, get your mics, get your mics. Again. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
These clothes are so amazing. I'm gonna buy all of them. If living here in Hong Kong has given me a lesson, it is that our current society is driven by constant consumption. We as human beings love to buy things, whether it is shoes, foods, combs, clothes, but we dispose of these products as quickly as they go out of season, or if there's just no reason for us to keep them anymore. Our society suffers from what is called toxic consumerism. You'd be surprised, but buying more than what we really need leads to huge negative consequences. Toxic consumerism is the root cause for most of the problems we face today. It is one of the main driving forces of climate change. Sky-high water usage, depletion of natural resources, widespread plastic pollution, deforestation, child slavery, animal cruelty. These are just a few of the 1,000 different ways our overconsumption of goods is leading our world to its rapidly approaching doom. And the worst part is, a lot of people don't know about this. So this is what Hong Kong lacks and needs. A way for people to be educated on consumer culture and more impactful innovation to mitigate this problem. So let me introduce Project Provision with the mission of innovating for more conscious consumer behaviors and raising awareness on toxic consumerism. Our end goal aligns with SDG 11, 12, and 13. And in order to help me out with my mission, I am very, very, very honored to introduce our team of experienced co-founders. First, we have Valerie Wong, our Director of Marketing. We have Rachel Wu, our COO, and Beatrice Lam, our Communications Director.
In order to mitigate toxic consumerism in a comprehensive manner, we take a two-pronged approach. First is an innovative scheme we have designed named Spend Zero. And second, advocacy and education to cultivate a consumer-conscious society.
Now, we all know by now that our consumption does a lot of harm. So, is there a way for citizens to purchase goods, but without those negative consequences? We have found a solution. First, let me get a show of hands. Who has heard of the idea net zero carbon emissions? You all should raise your hands because Jason just gave his presentation. So we have created an innovative way to combine the net zero concept with cutting edge technology so that consumers can keep their consumption damage as low as possible. So enough said. Let's introduce Spend Zero. Spend Zero is Asia's first ever consumer-based blockchain-powered offsetting protocol, combining the pioneering technology of blockchains to transparently and accurately offset the harm done by each purchase, not just carbon emissions, but nearly all kinds of damage. Now, let's take a look into how it'll all work. First, we'll work with retailers that already have a sustainable mindset, such as fair trade clothing brands, to integrate blockchain technology into their supply chain. Data, such as conditions and locations, will be inputted into the blockchain database at each node of the production process. Then, from this data, we can calculate the amount of money it'll take to offset the damage done. Next, when all of you here buy a product from the retailers we work with, you'll have to pay a small donation upon payment, which we have calculated. Lastly, these donations will go into things such as ocean cleanup and planting trees to offset the damage done through your purchase. For example, we found that it takes around 10 Hong Kong dollars to offset a cotton t-shirt. That's just $10 to reduce your carbon footprint, help clean the pollution off your purchase, and offset the water usage.
Let's briefly introduce our business model. We'll be taking a small part of the retailer's revenue to sustain our service. By using blockchain technology, we can securely and transparently track product data. This ensures accurate harm measurement so that we can make an actual impact. We choose to use the VeChain blockchain, which is the most sustainable choice.
Spend Zero is what we call a win-win-win situation. Green retailers can fulfill their mission of sustainability and improve their brand image. Consumers can purchase with zero guilt, and the environment can continue to prosper. Aside from reducing consumption harm with Spend Zero, we need to educate and advocate for more conscious consumerism as well. By doing so, we can encourage them to consider the consequences of each purchase they make and shape their mindset, actions, and habits. We'll be raising awareness on social media and hold engaging events, such as our educational speaker series. Next, and this is my personal favorite, art exhibitions. We'll encourage young children to create artwork about consumerism to raise awareness and engage a wider age spectrum.
Additionally, there are actually a lot of products out there that can feed into more conscious consumerism, but most people don't know about them. We hope to connect these products to a wider audience base for dual benefits. Last but not least, we'll hold STEM competitions, encouraging students to find solutions to consumerism, thus raising awareness in the process.
Project provision will start off as a local project, but we aim to expand globally in the future, creating branches and supervising councils all around the world for widespread international impact. There are 4.2 billion consumers worldwide, and we estimate that there are 5.5 million active consumers here in Hong Kong. If we can tap into just 1% of this market, that's still 55,000 people, which is the amount we aim to impact by 2023.
Last but not least, let's talk about our roadmap. Firstly, we'll formally introduce project provision to the community by the end of November. Next, we'll obtain market research and feedback for Spend Zero in early December. We'll post our first infographic online by mid-December, right around the peak of Christmas shopping season. Then we'll complete final refinements by February. By March, we'll approach retailers and start the early stages of implementing Spend Zero. By summer 2022, we'll run our first art exhibition event. All throughout this time, we'll regularly post on social media for continuous advocacy and hold engaging events.
And in order to turn our dream into a reality, we need all of your help. So if you know any organizations, potential shops, and SDG leaders who would be interested in collaborating with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. And to support us right now, the best thing you can do is take out your phone and scan the QR code later posted to give us a 10 in the innovation field, so that we can be exposed to all of these amazing opportunities. It's honestly not just for the prize, but the fact that we can genuinely benefit so much from the professional guidance and platforms these opportunities will provide, thus ensuring that our vision of a brighter future will actually be the future you see in the coming years. Thank you.
Great. That's fine.
Hi, thank you. I'm very interested on that one slide. I'm still thinking in my head, wrapping around it. The business model, it says that your organization will take 5% of a retail business revenue to sustain your service of calculating the net zero. So in addition to the 10, so she gave an example of a t-shirt, let's say $100, you take 10 extra dollars. So as a consumer, I pay 10 extra dollars to buy a t-shirt. And of that $10, you take 5%, or you take 5% of the $110.
So we take 5% of the retailer's revenue. So that's not on the consumer side, but on the actual retailer
So
side.
the $100.
$100?
The retailer revenue, let's say I buy a t-shirt, is $100, so you take $5 from that transaction.
Not exactly, but their annual profit. Yeah. It's
Profit or revenue is revenue. I'm just very confused. So if a retailer, let's say I'm a retailer who's willing to participate in this, why don't I just say I'm going to take 5% of my revenue to do environmental stuff? Like what is your value proposition that I would pay 5%, which is quite steep, honestly, to a lot of retailers, just for the service?
So that's a great question. Well, there's multiple reasons why we decide to do a consumer-based approach. So for example, it increases like transparency and also just overall knowledge of what they're doing. Because like right now, if you go online and search, there's actually a lot of shops which claim to do like carbon neutral schemes and net zero, but there's actually, they don't have like a definitive way to track that. And consumers on the consumer side, there's no transparent way for them to actually know. And so with our technology, with us using blockchain and also having the consumers pay the donation, they will make sure that their money is actually going to a good cause. It's actually going to offsetting the damage. And also regarding your point about the 5%, honestly, we did that like, it's a very like estimated value. And so we can definitely talk to the retailers more to find a good percentage to collaborate with.
Sorry, follow-up. Have you already done the algorithm? Because it's very complex.
Yeah, so no, we haven't actually done it yet, but there will be like if we further on, we will definitely consult a lot of blockchain supply chain like management companies and also do
a lot of additional market research and feedback to ensure that what we're doing is actually going to be impactful to all communities.
Okay, I know we are running out of time, but I really need to say this. I have problems swallowing the sentence guilt-free consumption, right? Is that what you said? Yeah. The concept of offsetting is not for this purpose, right? So because if you knock down a tree today, no matter how much money you're generating to offset this damage, the tree doesn't grow back tomorrow. It takes 100 years to grow back, right? So, and then when you make a piece of clothing, the damages to the environment and the process of making this piece of clothing, right? The water withdrawals, the pollution, the waste that's being generated cannot be just offset by $10. All right, so I really hope you guys seriously think about this. I'd much rather have you advocating less or no, less consumption is better, right? Or a responsible consumption, rather than thinking that can be offset for $10 and then you can go, guilt-free buying stuff. That's not what offsetting was intended.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the feedback. So this is why we take a two-pronged approach. So basically why we decided on using this method is we will definitely be doing lots of advocacy and also education to make sure that all of you here, we consumers, know that buying less is very important. Even if you bought something, even if as you mentioned before, even if you can offset it, it's always better if you just buy less. But there are gonna be inevitably consumers that still want to buy things, which is why we have spend zero, to ensure that even when they buy something, if they really do, it's still gonna be, it will still have as low consumption damage as possible. Thanks for your feedback.
Yeah, just one quick sentence. So I think that's actually, in my eyes, I think that's the most mature presentation that I have seen today, honestly. The idea is the most forward-thinking, forward-looking, as well as ambitious, but in the same time, the most difficult to implement one as well. So, I mean, if you guys are really going to, put the effort into it, I'm very much looking forward to seeing, how it goes as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Indeed, they have more years because they're only in grade 9. So, right, next up, drum roll. March to your beat. You guys have props, right? So please make use of this. Use of this table. Oh, no, if you want, you just hold it back so that you step on it so they see it. Whoa, magic. All right. Right. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
That was the end of an old era and the beginning of a new beat. This is a new era of innovation, impact, and inspiration. A day that marks the opening of our initiative, March to Your Beat. Let's flash back to 7 years ago, when I met a special needs student. Let's call him Martin. Whether it was academic support, athletic training, or doing visual arts, nothing seemed to leave a profound impact on him. It was only through music, which enabled him to express himself and comfort himself. Next slide, please. That was when I realized I needed to create March to Your Beat, our youth-led outreach initiative that seeks to foster diversity, equity, and inclusion through music. Next slide, please. Our team consists of me, Aurelia Ng and Isaac Tan from ICS, Jane Poon from HKIS, and Alistair Wu from BSA. Next slide, please.
So globally, about 1.3 billion people are affected by disability, and about 200 million people of them are youth. Next slide, please. So music therapy is a recognized solution, and while there are many benefits like improving emotion, motor skills, academic performances, and social development, it has 4 major issues, and it includes long waiting lists, expensive costs. It's kind of one-size-fits-all nature and methods that just aren't up to date with modern technology. Next slide, please.
With these wrongs in mind, we propose our threefold solution. Firstly, we plan to design and run nonprofit music therapy sessions for students aged 5 to 18. Secondly, we plan to invent musical instruments tailored for special needs students. Thirdly, we plan to create an online music therapy tutorial for parents and therapists abroad. Next slide, please. We first reach out to schools through social media and recruit a group of interested students to take part in our activities.
Stop. Before we move on further, I would like everybody right now to put down your phones and talk to your neighbor about what is going to happen next within our presentation. You've got 10 seconds to discuss. Ready? Go! Okay, stop! Do you hear that chattering noise in the room just now? The noise level within the room was a bit less than 70 decibels of noise. Next slide, please. Sounds that are louder than 70 decibels, or a bit louder than what you just heard, are irritating for special needs students. Before our sessions with the students, we run through our activities with a group of volunteers. We bring along a decibel meter to ensure that the sound within the room is less than 70 decibels throughout. When we're testing, activities which result in sounds that are louder than 70 decibels will be modified before the session with the students. Next slide, please. How do we know whether our sessions really benefit the students or whether they're merely a placebo? We use smart sensors to provide evidence of improvements. This is an emotion watch. It is the ability to detect our emotions and quantify our stress levels. During our music therapy sessions, we strap the watches onto the students and track their emotions before and after the sessions to determine any improvements in mood. This is a motion watch. We use this to quantify improvements in the student's motor skills. When the student starts playing an instrument, his or her movements will be tracked through a graph, which can be used to analyze signs of tremors or unsteady movements. Next slide, please. There is no point modifying conventional music therapy practice without first modifying the instrument themselves. Many special needs students struggle with anxiety, and thus we've invented a stress-relieving musical instrument. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you all once thought stress balls were very useful, and egg shakers were the kids' most popular instrument. Well, boom, or you need to know more when you now have the avocado, a stress-releasing, hybrid stress ball egg shaker. Next slide, please. So you may wonder, why did I call it the avocado? Because it looks like my least favorite food. Don't ask me why I didn't call it a durian. The avocado outside is a latex surface and a polystyrene shell, which provides a foamy surface. Its inside is a collapsible chamber, held together by springs. When one holds it gently, it plays like a normal shaker. But when one feels stressed, one can choose to redirect anxiety by holding onto the foam tightly, causing the inner chamber to collapse due to the compression of the springs, resulting in there being no more sound inside. However, when the student releases, the instrument can once again make sound. This instrument helps the kids to relax as it teaches them that by letting loose, they will be able to produce quality sound. Next slide, please.
Lastly, we plan to create an online music therapy tutorial for therapists and parents of special needs students of Korea by collaboration with school counselors and professional music therapists. Next slide, please. In December, we'll expand our initiative to 5 schools in Hong Kong. Next March, we will create our online tutorial on our website. Next June, we will aim to impact 250 students through our music therapy. And in a year's time, we hope to patent the avocado for it to be used by over 1,000 people. Next slide, please.
To tech companies, we hope we can get your support to develop our avocado. To psychologists, we hope you can provide advice for us in our research. To educators, we hope to collaborate to implement music therapy within Hong Kong special needs curriculum. To other youth advocates with a similar mission, join us to work together.
Lastly, to you, please vote for March to Your Beat to make our first march forward to innovating and renovating our world disability inclusion initiative. Don't wait any longer to support us. Don't hesitate to contact us through social media. And lastly, don't forget the avocado after your exit. You'll see it again one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very energizing, especially at this time of the day. So thank you for bringing us back to this. I actually really enjoyed your presentation. And if you do need one of the educators, I've actually have connections with special needs schools in your target segment. So definitely I'll link up with you, because music therapy is definitely one thing that a lot of special needs schools are concentrating on, because it really does help calm the students the right way. So I think that's great, but I would like to know, you're patenting your avocado, but what about the motion and the emotion? Is that something that's already commercialized, or is that something you're developing?
So I can answer that question. The motion and the emotion sensors, both of them exist within the market.
Oh, okay.
Both of them exist within the market, although they're not very, very common.
Okay.
The avocado, a hybrid stress ball egg shaker, is not within the market right now, especially about the compressible chamber and stuff. The avocado is currently not in the market right now. So we hope to be the first to patent this as a product, because I think it will be very, very beneficial, not only to Hong Kong, but also to the world internationally. A lot of people feel so much anxiety, but at the same time, a lot of people are special needs, and this will be very, very useful tool, not only for special needs teachers, music teachers as well, and also for young kids. So I think it will be a very, very popular product. Regarding your mention of motion and emotion sensors, if we get to develop the avocado a little bit further, my hope will be able to incorporate an element of the motion sensor and the emotion sensor, so that this avocado will be a 3-in-1 instead of a 2-in-1. It will have sensor functions, it will have a stress ball, and it will also have a shaker inside. So this will be a 3-in-1 if we incorporate some sensors inside.
Why wasn't it enduring?
Someone paying attention.
No, I think what you trying to achieve is quite impactful, and it could apply to the elderly with Parkinson's,
yeah,
or perhaps Alzheimer's as well. So good job.
Thank you very much.
All right, team 14, peers to SDGs, come on up. Team for SDGs, people, come on. It's actually very light on this one. Yeah, all right. Three, two, one.
Hello everyone, my name is Ines Farsis and I'm a year 12 student from the French International School of Hong Kong. I'll be presenting to you my project, Peers to SDGs, a platform that will seek to link people from different generational backgrounds in order to facilitate collaboration around the SDGs. Next slide, please. I will first go over the vision, then the timeline, and finally the ask. Next slide, please. First of all, what sparked the vision? Well, there are 3 main problems. The first one is the lack of access to a common platform. Then the lack of youth in the hierarchy. And finally, the lack of recognition. Now, what do I mean by the lack of access to a common platform? Well, the lack of access to a common platform is that many youth organizations may seek to collaborate with corporates or others, but don't have the means to contact or look for contacts. And actually, recently, I conducted an informal survey with youth founders and managers of youth organizations and projects in Hong Kong. And
And actually, 87% of the youth said that they found it difficult to look for contacts. And they also, 100% of the youth that replied to my survey said that they would have found it easier if all the contacts were in a common platform.
Moreover, there's adds on to the fact that there is a lack of youth within the higher parts of the hierarchy. So when making decisions that involve the future, well, the corporations fail to include the very people who will be part of it, the youth.
There's also a severe lack of recognition. In Hong Kong, there are about 1,500 organizations, and many more are created every year. Yet, a lot of them don't get the recognition they need in order to make the proper impact desired. Next slide, please. And so all of this sparked the vision, a platform that addresses the SDGs 8, 11, and 17 that links people from different backgrounds in order to collaborate. Next slide, please. And Here's the SDGs will first be a platform that will be launched as a website, and then as it is developed, it will be later launched as a mobile phone app. Next slide, please. Now, how will it work? Well, each corporation, youth startup, NGO, etc., will be organized by the SDG that they focus on. After having selected your SDG, you will have access to a list of contacts that can either be filtered by type, so youth startup, corporation, etc., by popularity, or by name, so alphabetical order. Then, after having found your contact, you can either send them a message directly through the messaging function in the website, or send them an email with the information provided. And so what is the timeline? From here on now to July 2022, we would like to try to look for as many organizations and corporates, so network, in order to raise as many people to be a part of the organization. Then in July, the website will be launched. Then in November of 2022, we hope to have at least 300 users on the platform. And by December of the same year, we hope to launch a blog where people can share their experiences on previous collaborative projects or collaborative projects that were generated from the platform. And finally, from 2023, we hope to have at least 900 users or more and create online events or in-person events.
Now, all three of us are actually youth ambassadors, and so by working together, we hope to engage motivated and ambitious youth who are seeking a collaborative environment through one platform. YouthCo will be able to handle the peer-to-peer communications, peers to SDGs, the intergenerational, and finally DIY, the facilitation.
And so this coalition formed by our three projects is called Systems of Youth, Knowledge and Enterprise, or in short, SIGHT. And now the ask, well, what do we want from you? First of all, we would like to have mentorship.
And then we will also want to network so we can reach more people so that the platform can be more efficient and useful. Lastly, we also want corporate contacts for the reasons I said.
We would also like a professional website to be done, since it will give our website more relevancy and make it seem more professional. We would also like to have coordination with certain corporations in order to know in which areas can you contribute. And finally, now you must be wondering, well, why am I asking for this? Well, why should I, as a corporation or as a person, invest my time or resources or money in this? Well, there are two main reasons. And the first one is something that I hope you all know, and it's that we are in a severe climate crisis right now. And we are in severe need of collaboration in order to aggregate the SDGs. Also, youth today are extremely knowledgeable and they know so much about the future and can offer a completely different perspective on certain decisions. But this is why, next slide please, Here's the SDGs is really important and will help us aggregate the SDGs through collaboration between different people of different backgrounds and different generations. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a great pitch. I think you guys have the right hearts. Your hearts are in the right direction. I think you do also have a great revenue opportunity, not so much about making money, but just to sustain, right? It could be a membership platform where the corporates can be paying a membership fee, a subscription fee, when you're trying to map the goals for their corporate needs, right? So you're not just doing a database, you're not just asking them to contact them directly, but you're having a value proposition in the process. So that could be a membership-based model.
Well, these three have a coalition, so you'll be hearing from them again. Woo! All right.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Cadence from Shaston College, and I know it's been an extremely long day, but bear with me, because in the next 7 minutes, I'm going to talk about a topic that everyone loves to talk about. Young
Money.
people. No, wrong, sorry. It's money. I mean, wait, money? No. It's young people. That was an unnecessary interruption. Anyways. Yes, so today I'm happy to present my project, Youth Code, a platform for youth-led organizations in Hong Kong and beyond to share information, tools, and access to networks. Next. So my presentation today will be split into 4 parts. Next. So first of all, quick question for everyone here. Has anyone ever worked on a large-scale project before? Please raise up your hands, don't be shy. That's a weak raise. But regardless, has anyone ever worked on a project but felt confused or overwhelmed? Yes. So why am I asking this question? Why is this relevant to Youth Code? Well, as someone who's been working with youth-led organizations for over 2 years now, and also talked to over 100 people in the ecosystem, I realized that a lot of this feeling of being confused and overwhelmed is extremely common, especially among youth change makers. And I think that this reason partly is that there is no centralized platform for youth-led organizations to come together and form partnerships, either casually as friends or more officially as peer-to-peer organizations. And this lack of communication means that there's a lack of a platform for people to find people who are working in similar areas of advocacy as them. And this in turn creates a lack of inter-org collaboration and synergy building that could have built their audience and therefore amplify their impact. And also it creates a lot of competing resources and opportunities that could have been more effective if they had worked together. Next. This is when Youth Code comes in. Seeing that there isn't a sole group in Hong Kong focused on cultivating collectives between youth-led organizations, our vision is to create a network, a coalition per se, of youth-led organizations in Hong Kong and beyond to share knowledge, tools, access to networks, and peer-to-peer support to create systematic change in their communities and the Asia-Pacific region. Consequently, our main SDGs is No 4, quality education, and No 17, partnerships for the goals. But referring back to the problem identified earlier, which is a lack of a centralized platform for youth-led organizations to form partnerships, what will Youth Code do exactly to mitigate these problems? Next slide. Through our 3 pillars, community, advocacy, and education. Next. So our first pillar is community. Since people aren't familiar with each other enough, we envision our community to be an open, casual space for people to share issues, advice, and struggles. We want to do this on a website where people can either chat through text or video, or they can do it one-to-one or even in large groups on specific topics. We also want to create functional content that can help members build capacity. For example, workshop and talks by their own peers, or sharing case studies, even mini grants. This will ensure that they actually have the capacity to create a partnership that is meaningful and sustainable. Next. Our second pillar then is advocacy. Leading on from the first one, community, once they build more familiarity with each other, Youth Code will encourage these groups, these organizations, to come together to form working committees in order to lead organized action in Hong Kong, such as climate strikes or charity events. We need people to listen, and we need to amplify the youth voice. What better way than this than for a bunch of passionate youth to work together to push for change? Next. And so that the third is education. So since each organization creates impacts in a slightly different way, they are bound to have learned many things along their journey. So assuming YouthCo created such a community as well as created a wide variety of successful working committees, it is time to spread the knowledge. By creating educational programs and lesson plans tailored to the groups we serve to support and empower, we can lead more young people on how to face local issues in their area, particularly those in minority or underprivileged groups who are typically excluded from such conversations. Next. Of course, I am not alone in making YouthCo a reality. In collaboration with peers SDGs and DIY, our aim is to work together to create a common platform to foster meaningful connection and collaboration.
As said before, systems of youth, knowledge, and enterprise, short for PSYCH, will enable the youth to fight for change in their communities whilst following a shared vision aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
YouthCo is a core part of this coalition by being that bridge to bring all three organizations together. Without the youth forming that mesh and advocating for change, there will be no change because there's no momentum to carry it forward. Next. Now, moving on to the timeline.
The first phase of the timeline is the ideation stage, which involves planning and market research to see if anybody's done anything similar.
Phase 2, meanwhile, is activating the community pillar. So this is when we wish to launch our beta version of our website to include one large site with all the functions under the umbrella name of PSYCH. So for example, for YouthCo site, it will be like a chat room, media sharing function, the first batch of functional content, and so forth. We also want to build a strong support network with trust and collaboration, which we hope by then to have about 50 plus change makers.
The second half of phase 2 involves the reviewing stage, reviewing whether the output is enough, what the outcome is, and finally what type of input that we can see in the future.
Yes, and then phase 3 is activating the education pillar. So by then we hope to have reached about 200, 300 change makers, and perhaps even more than that, with a minimum of 3 successful working committees. And by then we also want to work with youth-led organizations in this room and beyond to create educational programs that we elaborated on earlier. Next. So what is our ask? YouthCo's big ask is for partnerships. Connect us with different stakeholders like those from the media, those from IT, lawyers, and more to build our community and create functional content to amplify youth impact. Any help will be vital to ensure that YouthCo succeeds by connecting youth leaders to each other and help make this project more successful. Next. I just want to say our youth is the key to a more inclusive future. We have power individually and collectively. And I say let's support that. Thank you. Will come up very soon, so we will greatly appreciate it if you vote for us out of the 4 categories. Thank you.
No, thank you. I like the fact that you guys are collaborating on multiple initiatives, and I think that your timeline and everything is kind of planned out and mapped out for 3. So I think there are synergies across, so I think it's pretty good.
Thank you so much.
Can you very quickly define for me a few messages you mentioned during your presentation? What sort of meaningful conversation are you trying to promote? What are the changes you're trying to make? And you mentioned a few times about youth impact. What are those impacts?
Okay, so the first one for meaningful connection. So as I said earlier, the main problem is that youth-led organizations, they know about each other, but they don't really talk to each other. And as I said, this prevents a lot of synergy building that could have been more effective if they work together. For example, if you're hosting an event, for example, then if you're working by yourself, then it'll create a lot of workload as well as perhaps potentially decreasing your audience because then you're in competition with other youth-led orgs who are also perhaps directed to the same market. However, if you work together to run that same initiative, then first of all, you reach a longer audience. Second of all, like you have a lot more capacity to perhaps do more things. And third of all, you also you get to know each other more, work together more closely, which can lead to more developments in your partnerships in the future. Can I have the second?
What sort of change are you trying to make and the youth impact?
Okay, so the change that I was wanting to make basically is that I just stemming partly from my personal need as well, is that I feel like that it would be more useful if the different youth-led organizations get to know each other on a more friendly level, as well as knowing how their values are more aligned with each other, which is what Alistair's database is going to help us to do, in order to help us, in order to help us successfully do our 3 pillars and include more, help make the youth community leadership more inclusive as well. And for the third one, that one is for the youth, what impact I'm actually looking to make. Okay, so the impact that I'm actually looking to make is so that the community itself is more inclusive. That is the word that I'm thinking about. Because with inclusivity, then you include more than just us kids who are from privileged international schools, and actually going forward to engage with different communities on a grassroots level, so that we can all work together to promote the UN SDGs and ensure that in such a short period of time that we can still create synergy. If we cannot meet all the goals, to at least meet a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Got Mike? All right, let's go. Last presentation of the day. So give a big round of applause. Thank you. All right.
Hello everybody, I'm Alistair, but you probably already knew that. I'm from BSA 16 going on 17, and today I'll be presenting to you my project, the Database of Innovative Youth, DIY. Next slide, please. First of all, I'd just like to say, wow, look how much we've accomplished. And by how much, I don't mean like the last 5 hours of presentations, but I mean what these amazing, talented people have been doing for the last 10 weeks. They have strived to make their ideas into a reality. And these ideas have successfully been turned into projects, as we can see right here, and from what you guys have listened to. But I'd just like to ask all of you guys a quick rhetorical question. How many of these do you think that there are in Hong Kong? How many organizations were good? I had no clue, so I looked it up. According to the Social Welfare Department, there are over 15,000 NGOs, NPOs, and charities in Hong Kong. Now, if even 1% of them are youth-led, those are 150 organizations that need to be heard, want to be heard, but aren't getting heard. And why is that? Simply because there is nowhere for us, the general public, to find them. Therefore, I introduced to you DIY. Our goal is to create a website, an online website that involves 80% of all, at least 80% of all youth-led organizations, documenting their stories and what they do. Our vision and long-term goal is to expand the knowledge of these youth-led organizations in Hong Kong. And finally, the process in which we'll be doing this is by interviewing and reviewing and discussing with these youth leaders. Now, disregarding my lack of artistic talent, on the screen we can see some examples of what I envision the site to look like. On the left, over here, we can see the homepage showing the 17 different SDGs represented by their colors. And clicking into any one of them will bring you into an index showing all of the different youth-led organizations that fall under these categories. By clicking into any one of those, will lead you to the image on the right. A profile showing the name, organization, people involved, long-term goals, short-term goals, what they've achieved, and most importantly, contact information. Now, of course, I'm not the only one in doing this. We believe that our coalition will be able to turn this idea of youth change into a cycle.
First, here's the SDGs and allow people to identify the SDGs that they would like to act towards and collaborate with experts in these fields for a greater understanding. Next, YouthCo will allow these young changemakers to be able to find each other with similar interests and set themselves up as coalitions.
And finally, DIY will be able to bring all of this information together in one easily accessible database, reaching out to people who may have similar ideas as well. Now, in terms of a timeline, particularly sticking to what DIY aims to do, by next February, we hope to have the beta version of the website ready for launch. By next July, we hope to have 60% of organizations documented and begin our reach into not just international schools, but also local schools as well. And finally, by next December, we hope to reach our goal of at least 80% of organizations documented, as well as begin to branch out into different languages so that we can approach a wider audience. Now, of course, there are some certain areas that need to be addressed, the advantages and disadvantages. In terms of the pros, we have a very large social network. If you guys have ever heard of the theory of 7 degrees of separation, you will know that everybody is connected to each other between at least, at maximum, 7 people. And just by the number of people in this room, we can already receive a massive range of other youth change makers. However, there are certain areas that can be improved on, such as, for example, the fact that such a large database of information may lead to some certain unwanted adverse effects. In order to combat this, I hope that we can discuss directly with these youth change makers and talk to them about how much publicity they are really willing to share on the platforms. In terms of an ask, really, there is only one word: resources, in particular, information. The acquisition and manipulation of this type of data is definitely no easy task, and it definitely comes with a lot of experience that needs to be considered in order to have this type of information gathered. Therefore, we hope that any and all youth change makers here today, or even your parents or teachers or anybody who's come today, can let us know about whether you believe that there are some people out there that really deserve this type of spotlight and really can help make Hong Kong and make youth change makers make that difference. Now, the term DIY does stand for Database of Innovative Youth, but I believe that it also stands for something equally important. Now, this is the part where most people would talk about how, oh yeah, vote for me, vote for most innovative, vote for most, intelligent? I don't know. But regardless of who you vote for, I would just like to say thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for voting, because no matter who you voted for today, that vote is one vote in favor of the Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you.
Can I ask, your data on the 50,000, is that based on the number of registered Section 88 NGOs, NPOs?
Yes, those are the registered ones, which means that there may be people who are not registered as well, and that could be an even greater number.
So my question for you then is, most of the youth-led ones are not registered, right? So that's what you're looking for. So probably not 15,000.
Actually, there are certain organizations that have actually been registered because they are working in collaboration between youth and adults as well. However, the number of youth-led organizations can actually be reached out through the use of looking at the educational department and which ones come from schools.
Exactly, but I can talk to you offline. There's actually similar database out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but not particularly youth-led. So if you're going to focus on the youth-led segment, I think that's your niche. If it's bigger than that, then.
Yeah, we have. I did a little bit of market research, and there are similar platforms abroad in places such as the UK and America. And I'm thinking that something like this in Hong Kong would definitely be beneficial because while we have databases that show the officially registered organizations run by adults, these students, as we can see from the impact that people have made today, also deserve that amount of attention.
But can I just quickly share why currently the market doesn't have the youth-led one? Because a lot of the youth, once they actually go into college and such, it actually becomes just a shell. So how do you ensure that that database is updated? Because it's an extremely fragmented landscape in Hong Kong. And especially you focus on the youth-led, a lot of them becomes just kind of a stagnant. I'm just wondering, have you thought about, how do you filter out? Is it just a database, or you actually filter out the active ones? Because the contact info could change. I mean, that's a very big initiative that you have to think about how to keep it live.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of the ways that we can do it is, remember that profile page that I talked about?
Yeah.
I think it would be pretty good to include as well, kind of like an update to kind of showing like at which date did they start and at which date that they, I guess, kind of like graduated. So the people who were in charge of it may have left to a different country or left to a different school. And in order to kind of determine which organizations are still functioning, this is definitely give people looking at the site a better understanding of when and where these people are at the current moment and whether or not this information is still reliable.
Can I add something to that? Yeah, so as you may know that DIY, Youth Co, and Peer SDGs is working together. And about your concern about the possibility of organizations perhaps becoming a shell, but how we're going to keep it updated is perhaps since Youth Co will also be that place where hopefully if they are on DIY, they're also on the platform as well. So then if they ever decided to leave or there's any changes, hopefully they will inform the people in the ecosystem of Youth Co, which will then reach us, and therefore we can update the website as needed.
I think just to wrap up from reading all the pitches today, I hope you guys would remember what you're supporting here is called Sustainable Development Goals. So if you guys are doing something that cannot be sustained, that means you're not on the right path. So everything you do, you have the right heart, you have the right passion, but you must have the strategy and the metrics to measure your goals, right? Because the opposite of sustainability is what? Is mortality, right? You can die very easily. And same thing like what Jean was mentioning, when the passion is gone, or the capability or the availability is no longer there, then you would abandon it. So you need to be very, very careful when you are starting something to make sure that it's sustainable, right? So that's my observation so far.
Well, thank you. Now we're gonna have two short sessions as we actually tally up the scores and all that. Actually, I don't with AI, right? We're very honored here today to have a KPMG leader, Mr. Anson Bailey. Come on up. Right.
Thank you.
Anson's going to share about his views on smart and sustainable and everything great about cities. And he'll be joined quickly by 3 youth members as well. So I'm going to hand the mic to you while I sort
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kenneth. Thanks for inviting me. I'd just like to say well done to all the students for taking part in the program. Just as a little bit of a background, my name's Anson Bailey. I'm a partner at KPMG. I look at consumer, I look at technology and innovation, and in the last couple of years, I've also been looking at smart cities, and more importantly, smart, sustainable cities. And I think that's a very key message for all of us, because we live in this amazing city called Hong Kong, but the big question mark is, okay, we're going to be a smart city in the future, but we also need to be a sustainable city in the future. And I think we all need to play our role in being a smart, sustainable city. So what I want to do very quickly is I just want to share a couple of different slides with all of you. And then I'm going to have a conversation with a number of our students. And hopefully Kenneth is going to help me to pull it together. There we are. So smart cities, but it's also down to all of us being smart citizens and smart consumers. Because there's only a finite amount of resources that we have on our planet. So what we should do, and Kenneth, if it works, maybe you can help me to move on the, okay, we're gonna move quickly. Should I say, this year, we were involved in a program with Cyberport called Connected Cities. And we really wanted to pull together lots of different corporates together with academia to talk about the future and how Hong Kong can perhaps become a more connected city. And this was part of the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. And in fact, one thing I would say to everyone is that this happens every year. The next Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival is going to be in the end of May 2022. So I would urge all of the students to see how you can get involved in the program. And if we just move along, Kenneth, thank you. The whole idea is to really drive and connect Hong Kong's startup ecosystem to the world. It's also how can we attract those innovative companies to our shores. In the old days, young people, just like you, they, certainly the parents, they always used to say, oh, we want our kids to be doctors and lawyers and accountants and engineers. The interesting thing, of course, today is there's a lot more variety. And of course, now we see a lot of our young people also wanting to become entrepreneurs. And if you look at the number of startups in Cyberport, I remember 4 or 5 years ago when the number was really, really small. Now, if we look at the ecosystem in Cyberport, there are over 1,600 different companies alone here in Cyberport, which I think is again, a great testament to where we're coming from. And can you help me?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Does that work? No. Not yet. Okay, great. So again, we've been tracking this smart city journey for the last few years, and we issued a paper called Future Hong Kong 2030, where of course what we want to try to do is how can we bring all of these different factors together? But one underlying message for all of us is the message of sustainability. That is really, really important for all of us. And equally, the key elements of a smart city, you can see here, we've got to have central government, we've got to have public services, local government, utility providers, transport operators, telecom providers, but more importantly, we've got to ensure that we have the citizens on side. And we've got to see how we can really drive that idea about becoming a smart city. And of course, it's all about citizen experience, because people say, oh, isn't it about the technology and the data? And yes, it is about that technology and data, but at the same time, it's about really driving that citizen experience. Equally, can we become more of a digital ecosystem? And then the infrastructure, we also have to think about things like cybersecurity. Now, what I did earlier this year, again, if we look at literally a few months ago, we hosted this Smart Cities, Connected Cities event. We had several thousand delegates joining us virtually from all around the world. We had some great female leaders, and I just want to pay really pay my respects to, we have some outstanding female leaders here in Hong Kong. And I would say to all the girls here today, it really, today, diversity and inclusivity is so, so important, right? In the old days, engineering, all of these different areas, they were male dominated. Today, we're seeing a change for the better. So I invited my friends from Lenovo, like Fan Ho, Viola Lam, who's the founder CEO of Find Solution AI, one of the Cyberport incubatees. People like Catherine Tan from Noti Labs, Jean Wong from Sizu. These are all Hong Kong startups. A lot of them were incubated here in Cyberport. And equally, of course, we had people like Stella, the Chief Corporate Development Officer from Cyberport as well. If we can just move on, thank you. Lots of great content. We have people like Christine Lowe. Hopefully you've seen Christine Lowe in action. She really is an advocate for everything around sustainability. I was on a panel with her 2 days ago, talking about how we're going to drive Hong Kong towards a greener future. So lots of great content. We move on. And this is where our young generation has to play a part, because in this room, we've got the parents, but we've also got the students. We've got you students. Now you're Gen Zers. Now me, I'm a post-millennial. That's my definition, okay? Post-millennial. But the important thing is that we've got 300 million millennials already across China. Moving up and talking about the Gen Zs, we're gonna have another 300 million Gen Zs happening and developing in the next few years. But this is what's interesting about the Gen Zs. This is what's interesting about all of you. The fact is that you are far more socially aware than ever before. You're also far more technical or techie and media savvy than I was when I was your age. You're also watching us. You're our conscience. So I think a key message for all of you, you are our conscience. You've got to remind us that we've only got one planet, right? And we have to take care of that. Now, the other interesting thing is that Gen Zs are not afraid to call out the old people, right? Old people like me. You're not afraid to call us out. And that's something that you have to do, right? You have to walk the talk. So those new green consumers, that's you. So again, this was just last week. We also put out another new paper called Moving the Needle. And we were looking at sustainability, and we were looking at things like the future of more sustainable supply chains. We also work with Google to look at this paper on smarter digital cities, AI for everyone. That's AI for the citizens and AI for business. So again, this is one of the papers, if we just move on. And as I said, the great thing that I see in the old days, you would be a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, an engineer. But now we've got some really cool startups in Hong Kong. Do you know that we've actually got 10 unicorns here in Hong Kong now, right? So we're punching above our weight. And I work with a large number of those unicorns, and there's 3 unicorns that are coming up as well. So we live in exciting times. Next, Kenneth. There's Cyberport, and we're here at Cyberport today. There's the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. There's AMC that's coming online over in Zhongguanou. So there's lots of interesting things that are happening. And as I said, here in Cyberport, we've got these ecosystems. Everybody thinks that Cyberport's a fintech ecosystem, and yes, it is a fintech ecosystem. But today, it's also a powerhouse for smart living, smart cities, right? So you can see there are 638 Cyberport smart living companies. So it's really an ecosystem that's growing. And as I said, I just want to, again, just remind all of us, in the last 2 weeks, COP26 happened in Glasgow in the UK. And, you know, there was a very, very clear reminder for all of us that we've got to do more, right? The world is now, I think, bought into the idea of 1.5 degrees, right? We can't allow our planet to heat up anymore, but it's a minute to 12. So as young people, as young Gen Zs, it is critical that you hold all of us accountable, right? We have got to really drive a key message around a more greener, sustainable planet. And for Hong Kong, we've got to be a greener, more sustainable city as well. In the next 2 weeks, we're going to be releasing a brand new paper called Hong Kong's Connected Future. And we, again, are working with, of course, we're working with Cyberport, but we're working with lots of corporates, academia, universities, NGOs to talk about what we need to do. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, just the technologies are here. I think the interesting thing that we all see is that technology is here now. The science is here now. The innovation is here now. But perhaps we're missing a couple of those magic ingredients. We're missing the mindset change, right? We've got to have that mindset change. And that's where you play a really important role. Okay, as the young people of Hong Kong, as the young people on this planet, you've got to help us to drive that mindset change. The rise of purpose businesses, purpose-led businesses, ESG and sustainability, that's going to be the future. That really is going to be the future. Talent development, we've got to upskill and reskill ourselves, even old people like me. I've got to upskill myself to learn about ESG and data. we're going to see far more increased transparency because there's so much more data now. So that is going to be massive. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to just thank you. I just wanted to kind of set the scene, and then I'm going to invite three young friends to come and join me. Right, Kenneth?
Yep.
Okay.
Young friend.
Woo!
All right. If you see your face on the screen, come on up.
Okay, Gwyneth, David, and Alexander, come on down. Okay, great. Okay, have a seat. I'll have a seat too. How's everyone? How you doing?
Good, good.
Okay. I have got some questions here, so let me go. Let me check. Where are my questions? Oh, there they are. Okay. Okay. Now we've got 10 minutes. So obviously we can't have too long an answer. I'll try and keep my question short as well. Gwyneth, think about resources, think about what you're doing at school, but also think about the community. How can we push for more sustainable cities? What do you think?
Well, firstly, I want to say that the world's youth population is projected to reach its peak at around 2065, just under 1.4 billion people.
1.4 billion.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a lot of people.
definitely.
A lot of humanity.
Yeah, so I feel that youth power through more education, mentorship, and support can be used to push forward these sustainable cities, such as linked learning has been implemented throughout schools to connect the curriculum to real-world experiences through internships and work-based learning opportunities in fields surrounding STEM subjects. And schools have the opportunities to form partnerships aimed at integrated urban sustainability education, such as allowing students to be more active in vital urban settings, such as immigrant organizations, charity centers, and also innovative businesses such as KPMG. And these sorts of partnerships encourage students to acknowledge these urban communities as powerful landscapes to guide learners' understandings and competence in relation to sustainability.
That's a great answer. Well prepared. I'm going to ask you a question a little bit that you're not prepared for.
Okay.
Okay. David. So you're David. Alexander. What are your thoughts? How can the schools, how can we come together with the communities? And it's not just the communities, it's also businesses as well. How can we bring everyone together? What do you think?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. So I think that when we talk about schools, we need to recognize that schools are very unique in two ways. Firstly, schools house hundreds of potential change makers every day, and those are the students.
Right. Change makers.
Yes.
That's a good point.
And the second key important aspect that we need to note is that schools also have a massive network of alumni and professionals. And so to really leverage our resources, it's about connecting our students with our professional networks. And we've done through many ways, for example, inviting speakers to our schools, hosting career fairs in ESG and sustainable development. But I think the key thing here is that we really need to motivate our potential change makers. We need to inspire them to show them that there is a future, but we really need all the help that we can get. I think the best way to do this is to really give them this connection with the professional networks that these schools have.
Okay, that's great. David, anything different, in terms of schools, communities, businesses, what can we do?
I think in a similar manner to Gwyneth and Alex, I think leveraging school resources and communities is a key way in achieving this goal. I think a lot of people perceive being a student as restraining and pushing for such a cause, but I think the opposite is true, because as Alex said, it's students that are the main people that are responsible for the change of the coming years. Yeah. And I think instead of looking far, we can also look in the core school curriculum, such as the IBDP CAS, can expose students to charity events, be it educating underprivileged children about academic subjects or similar. And also school can also provide a platform to facilitate existing projects, be it through setting up an extracurricular or the allowance of a small budget.
Okay, great. Now, I just put up a slide there about COP26, just a little bit earlier on. Did you watch COP26? Did you have any interest? Did you see the various governments and prime ministers stand up and talk about what they're going to do? Were you impressed? Did you think they did a good job or not a good job?
Honestly, I was expecting a lot more from COP26
Right,
So it's kind of
because I think one of the things is, we had Prime Minister Modi from India stand up and say that, yeah, we're going to be carbon neutral by 2070. That seems like a long time away, right? So we kind of, we do need to do a little bit more, don't we?
Definitely. I think the SDGs themselves are a goal until, as we know, 2030. But in a similar vein, a lot of these SDGs are not going to be met or predicted to be not met. For example, SDG number 2, hunger, that's definitely not going to be met by today's standards, and we must push for something new and something that causes change.
Okay, and Alex, how about you? COP26, what was kind of your key takeaway from COP26?
Right. So personally, I think that it's a start. That should be acknowledged. But I think that we should definitely expedite the process. We talk about all these dates like 2070, 2050, 2030.
Yeah.
And different countries do have their different timelines. But I think what we really need to do is standardization. We should, although we should acknowledge our differences, I think that we should come together as, not as countries, but as people of this earth to really set a set timeline, something that's standardized, something that has no exceptions, that all countries should work towards to meet that deadline. I think that's really the way that we should do it.
Alex, I love that thinking. Standardization is going to be really important. However, on one side, we've got the Americans, and on the other side, we've got China. Are they going to come together to drive standardization? What do you think?
I think that they have to.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have to. So, we know about the US-China trade tensions, but I think maybe one of the positives, I think, of COP26 was when at the end of COP26, they actually did come together and they did make, I think, a joint statement where they did agree that they have to do something about the climate, right? So I think that is that's important. But standardization, totally agree. But I think the big issue is we need everybody working on the same page. Gwyneth, how about your view, COP26?
So I didn't watch the whole thing, but
okay, but you got some of the key messages, right?
Yes, I do understand, but I want to sort of mention about KPMG's goals, and I feel like I saw that they were much more efficient, and the goals were set, for example, by 2030 to net zero carbon emissions. I feel that the youth around the world should be able to, through digital transformation, be able to connect more and share their ideas regarding these sustainability ideas to further push for these cities. And I would like to mention the gig economy, for example.
Yeah, the gig economy.
Earlier, you were saying how we should be able to adapt from the older generations, learn from them, but also help them. So I feel like these gig economies, with sort of Hong Kong's implementing it recently due to the pandemic, with compromising short-term contracts, flexible hours, and even freelance workers, and these techniques combined with the new technology that you mentioned earlier, such as smart machines and drones and robotics, can really help change the workforce to be more sustainable and efficient, and to reach for the other SDG goals.
Okay, that's great. But let's talk about skills for a second, right? Because at school, at colleges, we hear, we hear lots of traditional subjects. But what are the skills that we're going to need for the future, Gwyneth?
I think firstly, just communication in general, through digital platforms and technologies. And earlier I did mention the STEM subjects, even though those do sound like the traditional subjects.
Yeah, but they're very important.
But they're very important. Yes, they definitely help the innovation aspects for us to find new ideas to implement throughout. And I feel like, as David said earlier, about implementing new changes to the IB curriculum for us to also be more in other urban settings outside, like charities, to help us.
Because I think that's important as well, right? With academia, we've got to all move together at the same speed. Alex, what do you think in terms of skills? What do we need?
I think the key skill here is interdisciplinary thinking.
Okay.
It's something that's different from a traditional system where you simply have these core subjects. What we need to think of in the future is to really look at it from a different perspective, and that we need to combine different subjects to see what we can really make of it. especially when we have the fourth industrial revolution approaching with things like genetic engineering, machine learning. It really requires a different mindset of connecting different industries together. And I think that also really speaks to the economic connectivity that I think KPMG also wants to forward as well.
Okay, but you keep mentioning KPMG. I haven't paid them. Okay, I have not paid them, but keep mentioning it. David, skills. What do we need? Because I sometimes there is a bit of a disconnect, isn't there? I just feel right. Sometimes there is a little bit of a disconnect.
Right. In the same vein that Gwyneth mentioned earlier in incorporating new technology into the curriculum, I think there's a lot of potential with that, especially with emerging technologies such as AI. In KPMG's Hong Kong 2030 document, it is mentioned that AI could potentially be used to tailor-make courses for individual students, given their needs. I think that would be a great way to incorporate such technologies into the curriculum.
Okay, that's great, and you mentioned KPMG. This is not an advert for KPMG. Now, but before we leave, because we're out of time, how are we going to make our city, right, our great city, how can we make Hong Kong more sustainable, right? More, looking at the future, how can we become more sustainable, more purpose-driven? What do you think, Gwyneth?
Well, I think firstly, schools need to make sure that we have enough knowledge about the new technology,
right,
and also push us to sort of be more active in the community, such as participating in charities to help with waste management and those.
Right, because we're not very good at that right now, are we, in Hong Kong?
Especially in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
For example, our school journalists recently just made a community committee to help with simple things such as beach cleanups.
Yeah.
And personally, I just started a soap making for hygiene poverty,
right,
which can help slowly improve the quality of life and environmental aspects, and slowly together these key factors can help push for these sustainable cities.
Sure. Good point. Alex, what do you think? How can we make Hong Kong better, more sustainable, more purpose-driven?
Right, I think the main thing is really motivating the youth. I think that we really need to get more people to understand what it really is about sustainable development that should be pursued. Once we have that, we'll have a really wide range of students who have all different sorts of passions that can use this type of interdisciplinary thinking to come up with new and ingenious solutions to really help us push forward for smart, inclusive cities.
Okay, smart, inclusive cities. David?
I think while students need to face this kind of change, I think businesses also need to. In your presentation, you mentioned ESGs. I think it's well past the time that all businesses should integrate this into their strategy to become more resilient and also sustainable in this new coming age.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, isn't it? It's not the responsibility of a sustainability team, which it has been in the past. It's a responsibility for all of us. We're all part of that ESG sustainable team, right? And I think that's the key mindset that we've really got to drive, that it's not just one person's responsibility, it's a collective responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. I really enjoyed our conversation. Please join me in thanking David, Alex, and Gwyneth. Thank you. Okay. Listen, before you go, let's do a quick selfie, because I like posting selfies. Okay, I'll post this on LinkedIn a little bit later on. Okay. Okay. Big thumbs up. Great stuff. Okay, thank you. Okay, over to you, Kenneth.
All right. Up next, here we have Mr. Max Liu. Come on up. You can't do an SDG thing without a quick tech demo, so we're very lucky to have Max here. Let me adjust the slide.
Hi.
Sorry, IT malfunction.
So, hi everyone. I'm Max Liu. I am a grade 8 student studying at the ISF Academy. So, I started to teach Scratch because I wanted to share my love for coding. So I'm just going to start off by giving a basic overview of Scratch. So why Scratch? Scratch is making creative learning possible for millions of children around the world. It is the largest coding platform for kids. It's global, worldwide, and it's free. Now the target audience is for kids aged from 8 to 16. And in terms of how, Scratch gives kids the tools to create basically whatever they want and share it with a community of over 80 million users. Next, I want to talk a bit about my own story with Scratch. So when I was in grade 5, our teacher introduced us to Scratch for a school project. And although it soon ended, I continued exploring the site and I was inspired by many of the creations made by the other users. Some of them inspired me with their beautifully designed projects, and I aspired one day to become as capable as them. Scratch became my passion, and I self-taught myself the language every day, experimenting and learning the intricacies of the program. I was often able to figure things out myself, but when I couldn't, I turned towards the supportive community for help. Soon enough, I started publishing my own projects and games on the site, getting hundreds of views and comments from everyone. So I said that in one sentence, but the truth was that took me 2 years. I got to know the community. I became friends with many of the members. Again, I continued learning coding by myself, sometimes using YouTube tutorials. And I'm in a pretty good spot right now. So collectively, I actually have over 2 million views from people around the world. Every time I look at that number, I know it's someone across the globe playing something I made. I felt like I was spreading joy, and I was. So before I continue with my story, I just want to kind of give you a demo of what Scratch looks like. So it's actually like, yeah. So this is kind of what the Scratch interface looks like. You can see it's very well suited for children. We have different code blocks here that you can choose. Many of these are in or part of real coding languages. We have events, conditionals, loops, functions, variables. So all of the things you might expect from a regular coding language. Yeah, I can't really fast forward through this, but these are just a bunch of blocks that you can use.
Yeah. Ta-da, magic.
Oh, did you go?
Go back. Too far.
Yeah, so yeah, it's very well designed and it's one of the most popular visual coding languages in the world. So this is the costumes tab because Scratch is not only just for coding, but you can also actually design graphics, and they have a huge library of different sprites and different sounds. So you can incorporate coding with art and sound. So this is a project that I made about 2 years ago for a school project. It is a COVID-19 simulator. So it kind of just gives you an example of what it's like to have different people infected and quarantined and stuff. And this is a jumping game I made a while ago. I did not share it because I don't think it's that good. But as you can see, it's kind of just this bunny jumping around. And I think that kind of just shows you the capability of Scratch. Now this is a tile matching game similar to Candy Crush. I also haven't shared it, but what it looks like is that you kind of match these different pieces of fruit together. Again, this I would say is equivalent to a professional game. So I'm telling you, this Scratch is not like a joke or something. Compared to Unity, I would say a lot of Scratch game developers can reach the same level as people using Unity. So So this is a Bezier curve visualizer. I don't know if you've studied calculus. I haven't. But it's a form of linear interpolation, and it kind of just graphs out a smooth curve. This is a game of life. I hope some of you have heard of it. It's a cellular automata developed by John Conway. I actually made a video about it. I'll talk to you more about that later. Again, it's a really interesting mathematical concept. As you can see, Scratch can also be used for animation. This is something made by Fuzzy Beasel. Again, also a very popular Scratcher. And lastly, this is Minecraft on Scratch. Now this guy, Griff Patch, he's actually what I would say is a Scratch god. So he has over 200,000 followers, and he also has a YouTube channel. And you can see there, I don't know if you can see the number. This project actually has over 44 million views alone. And it's not just available on Scratch. Many actual kind of gaming websites have embedded this project. So I guess that kind of just shows you the power of Scratch. So it's not just like a kid's language, even professionals can use it. And by the way, Griff Patch is a 44-year-old Java programmer, and he still enjoys using Scratch. So as I kind of go back to my Scratch story, when I was in grade 6, I decided to start a YouTube channel that would teach kids coding. So, I was getting more into Scratch and I wanted to share kind of my love for it. So, yeah, it's my channel. I've been making simple videos explaining different concepts and how to make different games. About 3.7 thousand subscribers. Yeah, those are the videos that I've made. And yeah, as of right now, I receive comments every day from students and teachers sometimes. I remember one memorable teacher was from Japan, and he told me that he would be kind of presenting my project to his students the next day about an effective idea communicated with minimalistic design. And he ended up actually also presenting it at a hackathon all the way in Japan. Another memorable teacher actually said that he would be introducing my tutorials to his kids on Monday, and they would be able to have full iPad controls. So yeah, those are some really happy times, and I really enjoyed reading them because yeah, it was just cool seeing how I was able to kind of make a bit of an impact with my channel. And yeah, you can see those are some of my stats. I have over 11,000 followers. I have 2 million views right now, and I'm currently the most popular Scratcher in HK. Another experience I had of Scratch this summer. So I actually did an internship with a tech company from the mainland. It's called Xihua Chuangke. And this company is actually also dedicated to teaching kids Scratch. So I kind of worked with my colleagues, and in 3 weeks, we kind of made this curriculum that would teach kids coding. And we even did like a product launch and the product analysis. So it was quite professional. And it was also a really nice experience. So I don't know if you can read the words there, but it kind of just says, bringing the future to kids. So after all this, what is like the key message I'm trying to say, right? Because I kind of just talked about Scratch. In a rapidly technologically advancing world, education must also evolve. Traditional tutoring is probably not going to cut it. The content of what we're teaching needs to change. The way we teach needs to change, and the scalability needs to increase, right? We have to have more of an impact. If it's just one teacher in the classroom, then that's not really going to change the world, right? So that's where technology comes in. And that's one of the reasons why Scratch is so good, because it is global, it teaches kids the language of the future, and it applies the skills kids have learned in class. And it's a place for sharing ideas. So right now I'm doing everything I can to promote and teach Scratch, and I'm not alone because I know many other people who share my passion, and we're kind of just trying to get more people to know Scratch and appreciate it. So that's why I believe Scratch can play a crucial role in the future of education. Thank you very much. And there's a QR code if you would like to join my channel. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, grade 9. When I was grade 9, I'm reading Harry Potter. Awesome. All right, time to start handing out the prizes. Again, that's not the main point of graduation, but since we have prizes, let's do this. And shortly after this, we'll be doing the graduation ceremony. So right now, can we please welcome Danny Harrington, who is, well, you can do a better job introducing yourself.
Thanks, Kenneth. Okay, everybody, we are at the business end of today, end of our 10-week program. We have the votes in, we have prizes to award, and we have certificates to give out to our graduating ambassadors. When I started ITS Education Asia in 2005, we filled a very small niche in the Hong Kong education space, and that was very much the case for 14 years, helping children to finish a high school education if the mainstream system wouldn't allow them to do that. But as sustainability has become possibly the most important knowledge issue in front of us all, and as sustainability education has kind of invented itself over the last few years, we found ourselves very well placed, and in fact it was very obvious for us to pick up sustainability education and make it a big part of what we do. We began the Young Changemaker Incubator 2 years ago. We've so far launched 14 youth-led social initiatives, all registered with the UN. We have another 6 in incubation right now. But one thing you do learn, I think, with particularly sustainability education, but generally with our international and local students at high school these days, is they're very demanding people. And if you're going to advocate for social initiatives, then you need to be a social initiative. And so this year we launched the ITS Education Asia Foundation, so that we can ourselves stand up and say, yes, we're not for profit, and our job is to help move sustainability education forward. So it's taken on all of the Young Changemaker Incubator projects. It is doing workshops in schools for students, staff, and parents. And of course, we have now been very privileged to run this inaugural UNITAR Youth Ambassador Asia Pacific program, the first Youth Ambassador program outside of Japan and outside of the UN family. And so just a few quick thank yous, particularly at UNITAR, to Junko Shimatsu and Yoko Morita in the Office for Prosperity in Hiroshima, who've had a very hands-on role in helping guide us over the 10 weeks. You've heard from Dr. Francois Bonici, and a big thank you to him for allowing this to be the very first group of teenager high school students to come into his research framework for the systems work of social change. Over the 10 weeks, we've had a number of experts who've given their time and expertise. Jesse Chung at WEF Uplink, Dr. Tomoko Takeda, University of Tokyo, Joe Wong, WEF Global Innovator, Jason Cohen, Jason's here today. Hi, Jason, thank you for your time, management consultant. Ross O'Brien from the MIT Tech Review, Lanis Yazab from LinkedIn, Sing Yu from Sequoia Capital, Alan Lee from Fung Group, and Amber Lee from U Kwai. And a big thank you, additional thank you to U Kwai, who made a financial contribution that got us over the line and helped throw together, amongst other things, today. On the organizational side, of course, we've seen all the corporate sponsors, but big thanks to Howden Insurance for holding our launch event, and today, of course, Cyberport for this fantastic venue that has allowed us to put on the multiple elements of this ceremony. Last but not least, the people in this room, or those like them that couldn't be here today, the schools. 12 schools nominated students to this program, got behind them, and talking to principals and teachers, I see great enthusiasm amongst the mainstream school community for sustainability education. And it will go forward and it will get bigger. And today is just one small step on that route. Parents, thank you so much for supporting your children. Great to see you here today, and for helping them across the whole period to get through the various barriers they must have felt. We know they were stressing out at home in between the Saturdays, and you have been a big part of getting them here. Okay, that's more than enough from me. We want to know who is going to get these 4 prizes. The prizes for best presentation, most inclusive, innovation and impact. When I call out your team, if you could just all come up to the front for a quick photo opportunity with your phone board and a quick handshake. The prizes are more experiential, so lunches and access to experts and businesses. So the real moment today is the kudos for being up here having a photo with me.
Oh, come on.
No, it's good, it's good. Okay. Voted best presentation, please come up, Apogee. You're welcome. Wait. There we go. Let's have one of them in the room.
No.
Yeah.
Just you.
Thank you.
Right. Next.
Okay, next is the prize for inclusion, which has been voted to March to Your Beat. Album 1, 18. March to Your Beat, prize for inclusion.
Yeah, all right.
Great, well done. Wonderful. Next up is the prize for innovation, which goes to project provision. Come up, Jane and Tim. Well done.
And 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2.
Celebrities, paparazzi. Like,
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Well done. And finally, the prize for impact. The initiative that the voters felt would have the biggest and most immediate impact. And this prize goes to the Global Goals Council. Beverly.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2.
my left side is better.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well done.
Right, so we are actually going to make a geographics.
I'm going to do a reverse on you.
Because we are actually presenting the UNITAR Ambassador Certificate in front of the UNITAR wall. So, woohoo! Come on over. Right, I know it's we don't have time to reset the chairs. I thank you for your patience. But this is how we do the UN, presenting in front of the UN wall. So.
Okay, everybody. So what I'll do, we have a listed order for the graduation, which you should know, ambassadors. But what I'll do, first of all, I'll call up the person that's awarding the certificate and then the ambassador. So first up, Sean, can you award the very first one? I'll stand over here. Okay, first up, Justin Cheng from Diocesan Boys School. Great. Can we have Dean Beard up here, please? Thanks, Dean. Dean is a teacher at King George Fifth School. And he's going to award a graduation certificate for Arthur Jones.
And over here, 3, 2, 1, and again, 3,
Wow.
2.
Dang.
Nice one. Thank you.
All right.
Well done, Arthur. Did we have Dr. Bartolom?
Sorry, let me stand next to you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dr. Bartolom from the French International School, or I should say the Research Forces International.
So not pro.
It's okay.
No, because some parents are overseas. So yeah.
To give the certificate to Ines Farsi.
And 3, 2, 1, over here, 3, 2, 1, and again, 3, 2. Nice one. Thank you.
Right. Good job.
Well done, Ines.
Feel free to frame them in eco-friendly materials. Thank you.
Sean. Sean is the principal at ITS Tutorial School. Sean will present to my son, Tay Harrington.
Left. Oh, sorry. You're right. Yeah.
Go closer to mine. Yep. Perfect. And 3, 2, 1.
It's also the tallest wall in the UN too.
Tallest person in our.
Yeah, right, exactly. We had to make this tall just for him, exactly.
Can I have it's Sean Lynch here?
Mr. Sean Lynch, woohoo!
You are recognizable. Sean is from Chinese International School, and he will present certificate for Aidan Howe.
Aidan, woo! Right.
Go right a little bit.
Sorry, we should have taped the floor. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And 3, 2, 1.
Wait, can you do one with the envelope open as well after?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do one with...
So you can show the name, right? Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Let's do that.
3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2.
All right. Thank you.
That's great. Well done,
All right,
Aidan.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Thank you.
To present the certificate to Sophia Lawrence.
Woo! Wow.
Over here, 3, 2.
Yeah. No, we can do more photos after. It's just the grad.
Thank you.
Because the teachers have
Great,
to
well
talk.
done, Sophia.
Don't worry.
Shota.
Huh?
No, it's gone opposite.
Oh, he left, so Mr. Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, woo!
To present the certificate to Bella Lee.
Woo! Impact Queen.
Right, that's slightly to the right. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And 3, 2, 1. Nice one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well done. Dr. Bartolom again or Marshall? Which do you prefer? Come on, Marshall, show me. To present the certificate to Alicia Pelissier.
Better be a good picture because we have to visualize the SDGs.
Yeah, first photo of the platform.
Right. No, that's the team photo. All right, thank you.
Well done, Melissa. Mr. Douglas again, if you would grace us at the front to present the certificate to Romina Phillips.
Anything but slow, right? Exactly. All right.
And 3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2.
Lovely. I'm so jealous. I want one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Romina. Well done. Okay, Sean, you have a few to do.
Yeah.
So first of all, from Hong Kong International School, Jane Bone.
And 3, 2.
Innovation winner, of course.
Nice one. Thank you.
Right.
Well done, Jane.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Woo!
Next up from Island School, Jason Chung.
Hey. Did you wake up again? You're... Good health and well-being nap. SDG nap. All right.
3, 2, 1. And again, 3, 2.
From ISF, Michelle Wang.
Right, a bit. That way, yeah. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. And again. Thank you.
Well done, Michelle. Still usual. From Victoria Shanghai Academy, Anna Wei.
Yeah.
And over here. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
And
happy
again.
family.
3, 2.
All right.
Nice one. Thank
Great,
you.
well done, Anna.
Thank you.
Also from Victoria Shanghai Academy, Alistair Wu.
So ambassadors also change to your blue mask later for a group photo, okay? It's that's really
Well done, Alistair. Okay, can I call up Mr. Carl Nation, please?
Yeah.
ICSA
All right.
To give the certificate to Alvin Wong.
Alvin Wong. Woo! Watch to your beat.
3, 2, 1. Yep. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done.
Mr. Avocado, thank you. Right.
And last but not least, Sean, to present please to Cadence Wong.
And 3, 2.
Youth forever. Oh, that's like cocaine. Anyway. Yep, not money. Bad money. All right.
And that, everybody, is that.
Woo! Say goodbye to Japan. Bye. All right. So first up, group ambassadors pictures, please, and then we'll do.